ability, of the candidates and the impact, they bring to bear, or they will bring to bear on governance in Osun, especially, but of course to the country at large. And I was giving us some of the names of the Osun governorship candidates and the deputies. Now, this is the Accord Party, Akiande Akomugumbi. He's age 59, and we'll say his qualification. His deputy is Jimo Mukaila Adekunle. He's aged 61, and his qualification is Bachelor of Education. This is Bachelor of Science. That's for the Accord Party. Professor Isumona, you were giving us your views about that.
Yeah, I think you are talking about age and qualifications. Over time, candidates have better qualifications than in the past. In terms of age, like I was saying before, some other things interrupted us. About 4 of the candidates are young people. Well, qualification is one thing. What you bring to the table is a different thing. That you are highly educated is not an indication that you are going to deliver. So, because public service is about thinking carefully about, very deeply about, society. If you have a vision does not necessarily depend on, great qualifications in terms of educational qualifications. So it's what they bring and the interaction in terms of debate, between the candidates. In terms of, if you are saying you are going to do ABC, I mean, it should also be seen how you are going to do those things. So promise is different. It's different from, measures or actions, policies that will help you realize those promises. And so these are the things that will matter. And in any case, being a competition of several people, I mean, only one set of people will emerge. So the qualifications of others will become irrelevant when a set of people emerge at the end of the day.
Okay, I don't know if Associate Prof, do you agree?
Yeah, we've
always talked about the quality of leadership. And he says it doesn't matter your qualification, there's no direct correlation between good governance and your educational qualification and all that. Do you agree?
Yeah, I quite agree, because we are all good students of Nigerian political history, and Nigerian political leadership has cut across the different generations. And if you want to talk of qualification, we've had presidents that are graduates, right? And well, I think we should rather be talking of antecedent and capacity to deliver public goods. That is what the citizens are looking for.
Okay, now that you talked about antecedents, I was hoping I have this slide to play. All the 15 parties, have their candidates, and as we said at the beginning of this conversation, it's the dynamics have changed. You now have more players, on the field, and the stakes are higher. The stakes are higher and deeper. What do you think this election in Osun State, what weight do you think it will bring to bear on the larger picture in 2023?
Yes, here we've been taking electorate for granted. Now they are very, very sophisticated. You can discover that people have the political culture of Nigerian, electorates, is higher compared to before, right? It's higher. And even you should know that even this election is also a test run of what we are expecting in 2023 general election. You discover that the ICT now, especially, has actually, contributed in creating the necessary awareness among the electorates. Now you cannot take electorate for granted. And you should know that they are also aware that in not quite long, there have been, this electoral reform, right? Acts that came up. That some sort of give them confidence, right? Because there was this political apathy. Because people thought their votes were not counting. And during the election day, you see very youth that are supposed to queue up to exercise their franchise playing football. Right, so there is a different ball game now because the awareness is very, very high among Nigerian citizens.
Prof, what do you think?
Well, yeah, but if you go by the incident of vote buying, I mean, that challenges the sophistication that we are ascribing to the electorate, which happened in the Ekiti State June gubernatorial election. I think the reports indicate that it was so rampant that widespread that you don't know which age bracket is worst affected. So the process is still ongoing. So whether we can make a statement on the difference that we would like to see is still, it remains to be seen.
Okay, in terms of antecedents, what happened in 2018?
Yeah.
Is it likely to repeat itself, even though, and I ask this question because two of the contenders, or the candidates in 2018, are also taking part in this election. But I will come back to you to give me your response because we're going back to Osogbo and again to join Lanre, my colleague. Lanre, where exactly are you this time? And let's get the update.
In the north, and I happened to meet with Mr. Sharif, a person with a special need. Mr. Sharif, please come in. Mr. Sharif, I just want to ask you some few questions. When you are doing your accreditation, what are the special attention given to you? Can you just tell me one by one?
Good afternoon. As a less privileged person and for some other old age men and women, so there was a priority for them, and if there's a long queue, so they provide a chair for them to sit. So and they call them one after the other for that accreditation. And when they started the voting, also so they did the same thing for us. So we sit down and then they call us to come and cast our vote for the desired.
How impressed are you about it?
I'm very, very impressed for the organization. I mean, for the arrangement. So I'm very, very impressed. So there's an arrangement for those that are less privileged, and those are pregnant women and old age and people that are not
in the beginning of the accreditation, how many are you right now? Because I can see that most of you have gone home.
We are not really many, but when I came, we were just like 2 or 3 when I came here. But so the people I'm attending to and they have gone.
Thank you, Mr. Sharif. I'm very grateful. Well, that's it from Unit 4 here in Eden North. I've just spoken with a person that was given a special attention because of his condition. And we are going to another unit now, another ward. I will give you blow by blow what is happening.
Okay, Lanre, I was actually trying to scroll down to see at the north. Yes, I have it now. At the north, you have polling unit 151. I don't have that on the screen. As soon as I get it, I'll display it. The RA is 11, RAC is 6. Number of registered voters, you have 71,748. PVCs collected 53,633. And just to inform you that this figure or data is at July 4, 2022, as submitted by INEC. And then uncollected PVC 18,115, again as at July 4, 2022. Total PVC 71,748. As soon as I have these graphics, I'll display them so that you have a graphic understanding of what I'm talking about. That's Lanre, our correspondent, speaking to us from Ede North. Now, one of our correspondents is also on the field. Have had an interview with the deputy governorship candidate, again, of the People's Democratic Party, and that was shortly after casting his ballot. I think we have the reports now, so let's have it.
Me is a running mate to presidency candidate of People Democratic Party, Kola Adewusi.
Honorable Prince Kola Adewusi, the deputy governorship candidate of People Democratic Party.
What is the observation so far in this election?
So far, so good. The turnout has been impressive. And secondly, I want to commend INEC for this type of for organizing this election. Nigeria is growing. We are improving on our past performances on electoral matters, and I think as things goes on, I think we'll be improving. So far, so good. INEC has done very well. At least with the beavers machine now, everything is going on smoothly. Though there have been issues in some areas where the beavers machine are not working, but where I voted, the machine worked perfectly well. In fact, I don't even spend more than 1 minute. In getting my accredited. So everything has been working perfectly well.
All right, thank you, Scott and West. I was actually trying to look at, the names of the governorship candidates, and just before we joined our correspondent, we were talking about, the changing dynamics and, of course, the players. And I said, look, we have 15 political parties in this election.
Okay.
There are 5 major ones, but we also have the 2, very big ones. So is it likely to be a 2-horse race, or are we going to see, some upsets?
Yeah, certainly it's going to be, or even not already, a keenly contested election. It's a multi-party system, but the reality is that 2 parties, or maybe 3, or slightly over that number, dominate the political space. So as we are seeing in the case of Osun State, and the two political parties, the ruling party in the state and the People's Democratic Party, which is challenging. As you said earlier, the same candidates contested this election in 2018. What is going to change is realignment, because realignment has taken place, since then. There's also the interest of Osun West Centurial District, which has not produced the governor since the inauguration of the Fourth Republic in 1999. Some of the traditional rulers were saying that it's the turn of that are mobilizing for the candidate of the People's Democratic Party.
Yes, and you have big power brokers there.
Yes.
You have, I understand that former Speaker, Honorable Patricia Ete, is from that area.
Okay.
You also have the APC deputy. Okay, I hope I'm right there. The deputy governor, Boyega Alabi.
Yes.
Yes, they're all from that area.
Right. Okay. So each of them, we have one influence or the other on the final outcome. But as I was saying, even some in that senatorial zone, were campaigning for the incumbent governor, saying that they need to support him so that he can support a candidate from that zone in 2026. So you have two groups now. Some say it has to be now. Another group says no. Let's cooperate with the governor who's seeking re-election so that they can secure the cooperation of the governor in 2026.
So Osun West,
Senatorial district.
Osun West now is it a district?
The senatorial district of the People's Democratic Candidates.
Yes. Okay. So that's a state that one should vote. I mean, the district that one should
the
vote.
distribution of votes.
Yes.
And that's
Yes.
The voter turnout is another very important factor, determining factor. You just heard one report that there's a large voter turnout. So we don't know how that will, yes.
But also the internal party wranglings, also produced other, strong candidates who, moved to other parties. And for instance, we're talking about the Accord Party, the Labour Party, and even the SDP. How might that influence the outcome of this election? Yes, Professor.
Thank you very much. We shouldn't lose sight of the fact that this election is two horse race between two mainstream political parties, PDP and APC. As far as I'm concerned, I don't think the dynamic has changed compared to 2018, because in 2018 there was a runoff election between the incumbents and the PDP candidates. And due to political realignment.
So just to hold up, you say what we're saying is a drone short of, you say, we're talking about LRM, Professor Isumona, you were talking about turnout, and you can say, I'm sure this is a polling unit. You can say the kind of crowd, yes. And from what we can see, it appears, of course, a peaceful environment. It's a peaceful, orderly environment. Please go ahead, Professor.
So, well, as I was saying, due to political alignment between the party of the present National Secretary of APC, Omisore, Oyetola won the runoff election. The dynamics still remain the same. And come to think of it, I earlier told you that Osun State election is a test run to 2023 election. Because we are talking now, every party is trying to close its flank against any adversary. Because they say every politics is local. As for the turnout, it merely corroborates the earlier assertion I made that voters have become more enlightened than before. Right. Well, for the issue of inducements, it has become part and parcel of Nigerian politics, and there's nothing we can do about it. And there is this school of thought that believe that he who has spent you also politics you. Right. Because it is, I don't think it's possible for a lesser known party that hasn't, structure, right, on the ground in Osun, just because of financial inducement to come out triumphant. So, and then come to talk of financial inducement, there is no party, that is clean, right? So, all the parties
again, Prof, I'm sorry, so that we don't just lose sight of what is happening. You can see the drone shots there, an area view of Osun State. It's a state. Again, let me go back to the earlier. It's a state of about 30 LGAs, 6.
26.
Yes.
State House of Assembly.
Yes.
Constituencies.
I'm just trying to get this out.
In 9 federal constituencies.
Yeah, so it's a bit bigger than Ekiti.
Yeah,
I mean,
certainly.
it's a bit bigger than Ekiti. So we expect, better security than what we saw in Ekiti. Yeah. And for this, I think over 21,000. I don't.
Police officer. That's the report.
Yes,
1,000 police officers.
Yeah. Yes. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So, as I was saying, it goes to show that the incumbent, especially the ruling party, is still very, very protective of, let me say, of the state, because I'm not a soothsayer. I don't think an incumbent will just allow will not just close his own flanks against an adversary, because this second tenure. And let me tell you that, as I earlier said, all politics is local. All politics is local. You discover now that these two main political parties in Nigeria, especially APC and PDP, they are now re-strategizing, trying to consolidate their holds on their traditional areas, and they will not like any opposition to encroach on their territory, so to say. Right. So this is why the other opposition party, that is PDP, is also trying to make an inroad, especially in Southwest, preparatory for the general election in 2023. Right.
Let's quickly also look at those I call those contesting from outside the flanks, and we're looking at the wider picture now, because apart from being a test case for Osun and Osun people, again, with 30 LGAs, 3 senatorial districts, federal constituencies 9, and number of state constituencies 26. So what will be the weight of this election on the major candidates for 2023? Because if you recall, for the APC presidential candidate, Osun is part of the Southwest, where he's supposed to have a strong foothold. So whatever happens in this election will bring to bear on that, whether or not he has the weight.
Thank you.
It also another test case for the PDP presidential candidate. We know that one of the spouses of is also from Osun State. So, Prof, am I making some sense?
Yeah, of course. Anybody going to a contest, the first thing you would like to be sure to do is to have a strong, solid home base and support. So that is, granted. So, as you said, the APC presidential candidate is from this part of the country, and we'll be interested, because first, ensuring that you have a very strong home base, you want to settle that, and then go on to mobilize to add to what you have as your home base. So then the other parties too were also interested, because he spoke of penetration. Each party will be making effort to penetrate the strongholds of the other party. So the election is certainly a signpost for
so many things.
Yes.
Prof, let me pause here. Fisayo, I know you're itching to say a few words. What are you planning to go and do after leaving the studio? I'd like to know, because in Ekiti I knew what you went out to do.
Well, you'll get the briefing. But let me do this. I start my guests in the studio. Well, let me make some observations. We've spoken to many of the politicians, especially the governors and deputy governors. I heard from Umigbodun of the SDP talking about the process. All of them spoke about the process going very well, especially the beavers. Of course, the SDP candidate was talking about me not feeling too well, but I'm sure when the results are favorable, it will feel better. And then, of course, I need to commend you because when you started with that technology, it's almost like beavers. You probably struggled a little, but now I want to recommend you to Professor Mahmoud Yakubu that perhaps they could consider your dexterity once beavers is put to use again in the 2023 general election. So kudos to you, Claire, there. Very shortly, we'll be giving you pictures of Senator Ademola Adeleke's voting in his own ward in Ede. Let's get that. We'll just be talking over it. It's there, right there. That's Ademola Adeleke, and going through the process is one of the candidates we didn't bring up earlier. Is voted, and he went through the process. And of course, we've seen many of the candidates speak. Prof, it seems as if areas has been calm, like police will say, and then the processes have gone seamlessly. So far, so good, Prof.
Yes, I gave an account of my trip to Ikire, Bagano, much earlier. And of course, that is a testimonial evidence as to what happened in majority of the areas already covered by the media. So, by and large, what we are saying here is that the election so far in Osun State has been so peaceful, seamless, and devoid of any rancor. So, later by tomorrow, we're expecting a result of an election that is free, fair, and devoid of any rancor. Even the contestants themselves, who ordinarily, politicians, until one of them is declared a winner, even after that, they still may have one thing or the other to say. But as it by and large, what we have had them say now is that they're satisfied with the process. The deputy governorship candidate said in Ife that the process was good, was seamless. The same thing, I think when you listen to Ademola Adeleke also now, he will give the same account because my passing through some part of Edeland too, on my way back, one will see that everything is seamless. So by and large, we are expecting something positive in the announcement tomorrow.
All right, Ayologo is still here. Let me just ask my own questions before my colleague Funke Bidamiton comes to take over for the next shift. You've seen the process. You've participated in the process. So would you say no cause for alarm?
So far, so good. There's been no cause for alarm from the different platforms that I belong to, where we are taking reports of elections. There have been none that has given a report of violence in any part of the state. Of course, the only thing that I got report of while coming into the studio is the issue of vote buying. And from the report that we got on the platform that I belong to, it seems to be rampant in the Ife zone of the state, and that is not ununderstandable. You will recall that deputy governorship candidate of the PDP is from that zone of the state, and of course the national secretary of the APC is also from that part of the state. The two of them has a point to prove, and perhaps that is why we see the issue of vote buying.
The PDP candidate has completed his process. Is completing his process now. We can see him. So he's also pleading for space so that they can help him, do that, because it looks a bit tight, and maybe his kinsmen they're also interested in the process. That normally happens, when we see this. But most of the candidates and their, running mates have made comments on this process. In just about an hour and a half, the votes will close, and then we'll get, this is the main process, of course, we get to the business end, which is the collation, and then the fates of those who brought themselves forward, 15 of them, will be decided, and we will know who will be going on with as we say in the the sporting cycle with the
trophy.
So, but this time a lot of people have said it's the people who will win at the end of the day. But before I round off on this, we've seen this process. What does this say, at least at this point, for our competence and the effectiveness of the machines deployed, the efficiency of the officials on ground ahead of the big one in 2023?
Now, this is a signpost to the good thing to expect in 2023 because, one, there are political gladiators who have behaved themselves. There are people whom, from our advocacy, have been departed upon to come out to vote en masse. If this were to be in 2018, the turnout wouldn't have been this because of the fear of the security personnel. Then, by and large, with the effectiveness of the beaver machines, and I think by 2023 we should even have a better. INEC said that the results of the Ekiti election came out 12 hours after the close of the balloting. Now, that this one will be even much earlier. So all these are signposts to the fact that 2023 will be much better.
What have you seen from the crystal ball and the tea leaves at this time?
It is crystal clear that Osun State election over the years has always been the last template before the general election in 2023. And whatever happens, there is a reflection of the likelihood of what will be in 2023. And of course, whatever happens in this election, the shortfalls in this election are the things that INEC, the state officials, are supposed to take as lessons going forward in 2023. So I believe that with a few failure of the BFS machine in some places as we had it in the Australian election, some of those machines might need upgrade, might need to be fixed as we go on into 2020, because we will not have the situation. One thing is that this is an isolated election, so you have so much thousands of police officers, civil defense officials, the army, and all of them. But of course, when we go into the general election, there will be less number of security officials, there will be less number of even observers, because it has to be scattered all around the country. So I hope that the security agencies will improve on their skills. I hope the INEC will improve on their technology, knowing fully well that unlike Osun State election that was elevated and we can have a backlog of replacement of the reverse machine, once we go to the elections, because of national election, and there will be lesser number of machines, and as such, the ones that need upgrades should be upgraded, and those that need fixing should be upgraded. We can have a 2023 election that is not only fair, but credible and acceptable.
Thank you very much, Claire Adelaba. Zach, I would, of course, continue to watch you and watch the vote from this end for the experienced veterans of elections and, of course, the professors around you and around me here. We've enjoyed the very best of the morning belt and watching the vote from Osun State. The river is flowing steadily and the vote is going smoothly towards the end of vote at 2:30. We don't want a vote buying, but we want the buy-in of the populace in getting a free and fair election. Claire in Abuja, you are cleared.
Thank you. It's actually a day that elicits, great joy and smiles. Everything is going on as planned in terms of logistics. We didn't get to hear any, any issues. The beavers are working. And we must commend the NYSC ad hoc staff. We've not really appreciated, their diligence and commitment even to this exercise. Prof.
Yeah, well, I have this belief that Nigeria is not in short supply of human resources. Right? I don't think so. So it also goes to corroborate what I earlier said. Right? Because people, I don't think you can even use this as a nascent to describe our democracy again. Because we are no longer nascent. It is no longer nascent democracy. So we are fast growing up.
But comparatively,
I know. Yeah, comparatively. As for the, this gentleman also talk about inducements. The problem is that due to the poverty in the land. Right, because the motivator, one of the major motivator for an average voter, you get it now, to get inducement is poverty, because in a situation where the the voter, right, there is lack of wherewithal to survive. You get it. Vote will be sold to the highest bidder. You can also, you see what happened recently in the primaries of the presidential primary of major political party. It was a dollaring, right? So delegate became kings, right? All right, again. So you can, in the democratization or selection nomination process. So this is why I'm saying that we can only minimize it, right? Even in the advanced world, we've been hearing of scandalous story about election here and there. So we can just minimize it. We cannot totally eradicate this. Right. The idea of inducement.
Okay, we've spent a whole lot of time talking about the issue of vote buying and the consequences, with our other guests, and it's a major issue. It's a major concern that has been raised by all parties, both the security, agencies, monitors, observers, and even the people themselves. So it's a fundamental issue. It's creeping into our electoral practice, and it's getting more and more sophisticated in terms of the context. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's a problem that is observed and is well known. So what remains is the electoral umpire, that is INEC. What is it doing, to minimize it?
INEC says it has no powers to arrest or prosecute.
First of all, the Electoral Act 2022, criminalizes it.
Yes.
Section 121, subsection 1A. In fact, the whole of section 121 prohibits it. In detail. Corruptly making any gifts in order to induce, or it even uses buying.
Yes, I wish we can have the details on the screen.
Yeah, but for this election, what INEC has done is to set up a hotline, a full hotline for people to report vote buying. And in an earlier report, we're told that some security officials, is it EFCC? Personnel on ground, to watch out for that.
So if I want to quickly take a report. So just to conclude what you're saying, if you see something, say something to the relevant authorities as regards vote buying. Okay, we have a report now, and we hear that critical actors within the political terrain have commended the ongoing election process. Now, Professor Wale Ladipo, who is a former national secretary to the PDP, Rotimi Makinde, former House of Representative under the APC, and Prince Bola from Ife North were part of those who spoke exclusively to the NTA.
Well, the turnout is very encouraging, Ife. To be specific about this particular polling unit, when I got here, I discovered that the polling agents were not allowed to view the reading of BVAS, meaning that anybody can come. The person may not be validated by the BVAS, and the person might still vote, which is wrong. It's against the electoral law. So they started voting before I came, but they stopped it when I came. That's the only negative I've seen here.
Well, so far, things is going on peacefully, but the turnout is not very impressive, as I can see. But with the way and manner people are conducting themselves, it shows that it's going to end up peacefully. And I can see a kind of change in the way we do our things. That's the way the INECs are doing with this innovation, which, as far as this unit is concerned, is going on smoothly. And I want to believe people are not ready to foment any trouble.
We thank God for today's gubernatorial election in this local government. I'm here at the Petumbudu local government headquarters. So far, so good. People trooped out very early in the morning to observe their civic rights. As you can see for yourself, people are so orderly. If you go to any other polling booth around there, you discover that people are going about it in a orderliness manner, and they are casting their votes. I can see that people are ready and people are willing. And I'm even surprised this morning that the turnout is so enormous, it's so encouraging. And we pray that by the time it will be 3 o'clock, everybody will have been able to cast their votes. And we don't envisage any violence from any quarter.
Do you have any complaint at all whatsoever regards to election process?
Oh yes, there is a serious complaint in Ward 11. As we speak, this is after 11 o'clock. INEC officials and electoral materials have not reached 5 polling units as I speak. After 11, all the Ward 11, we have not seen the INEC officer at Anikeke. We have not seen INEC officer at Onikan. We have not seen INEC officers at Efule. And we have not seen INEC officers at Tamerin. As I speak, 11:30. Nobody, no price, nobody, no electoral material, no INEC officials. Election will close by 2:30. So I do want us to trust the process.
That's just one of the few isolated cases of late arrival of INEC officials in this election, and I'm told that my colleague Funke Ibidamiton is already in the Osun studio in Osogbo. Of course, there she is, smiling away. You actually look like the female candidate for the governorship position that we didn't have in this Osun. Funke, good to see you. Good to see you.
Claire, I was just going to say, women, 15 parties, not one woman fielding as a governorship candidate. Well, there's still another time. Thank you so much, Claire. You've held forth so well with Fisayo. It's been a very wonderful and robust discussion since morning, and I'm sure everyone has had, a very good time knowing what is happening right here in Osun State. Claire, you're signing off. Am I expecting you here in Osogbo? We have very special amala waiting for you, even though you may not be able to make the election because I'm sure you're not registered here. But you can come and be part of the celebration because I'm very sure that, you will come to rejoice with the person who eventually wins today's election. So what are you doing when you wins today's election? So what are you doing when you wins today's
Have to invite me. Osogbo and Kwara are neighbors and we are in-laws. So on my way to Kwara State, I'll just veer off to Osogbo and then probably, have the lunch that you're inviting me. Just before I hand over to you finally, my relief is here. I see Henry John just by the corner, and I want to quickly appreciate all of you for staying tuned to the network service of the NTA for the coverage of Osun Decides 2022. My name is Claire Delabu Abdurrazak, and I leave you with this word from Nonte Avery, and she says, talk is cheap, vote is free. Take it to the polls. I'm out of here.
Thank you, Claire. It's good to have you do such a good job. And we're still inviting you here to Osogbo. Osogbo Amala is different from that of Ilori. And it's on that note, I welcome you to the afternoon session of the Osun Decide Studios right here in Osogbo, the Osun State capital. I want to say that it's been a beautiful day out here. It's like even the heavens are rejoicing over what is happening right here today because the weather has simply been beautiful. Apart from pockets of rainfall here and there reported by our crew of reporters outside, I want to say right here in Osogbo and its environs, it's been such a good weather, calm, cool, and that perhaps explains, why people have been able to turn out en masse for today's election. I'm continuing with the guests Fisayo has handed over to me. Fisayo too has been great. Fisayo has told us all that is happening with the crew of reporters that have been sending their reports from across the state. My guests still remain. Wasiu Ademola Oyedokun Ali, Associate Professor of English and Applied Languages, Federal University of Oye Ekiti. You've been here since yesterday, and we're glad you're still with us, benefiting from your wealth of knowledge. Also with us is a barrister at law. You were here yesterday too, Ayodeji Olugo, journalist and published affairs analyst.
He's actually the one wearing those two caps. He's the only person that
I'm wearing all day. So, well,
it's a national assignment. I'm glad to be here.
So it's good to have you. Yes, all the caps, and you can see that your cap is very high there.
You can see that again.
Yes, we're continuing from where Fisayo stopped. I want us at this point to look at the presiding officers. We've talked about so many aspects of the election. But then we know that over the years, the elections have come to recognize this group of very young people who are serving the nation. It's part of their service to the nation. Some of them have had to pay very dearly in previous elections. Osun is no different. The Osun elections, we have youth corps members serving as presiding officers. Can we just talk about these and see how their performance has been in the couple of years that we have been using them as presiding officers?
So do I take it from here?
Yes, you take
it. Okay, thank you. That is one methodical reflection of the products with turnout of our universities, polytechnics in Nigeria. And probably I should just use this medium to call on the federal government to ensure that ASU is back and students are back in. Because look at this category of staff, ad hoc staff by INEC. They know they have something at stake because they are on national assignment. I had an encounter with them this morning. I posted in Ikire. And like I said in my driving through Ikire, I passed through Mogon, the headquarters of Aida local government and Odiomu. And you find that these are the largest chunk of staff INEC relies on to do the job. In the time past, when we were not on strike, I'd been a collection officer, and you find that the majority of the work will be done by these corpers as PO, as APO, that is as assistant presiding officer. It is what they have from the polling booth. They will transport to the collection officers at the ward and eventually to the collection officers at the local government. And so this category of staff, let me start by thanking INEC again, because we can't thank INEC enough. Because when we don't have good elections, there was an inaugural lecture in my university a few months ago delivered by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, and we're talking about pseudo-democracy, which we bring about pseudo-government. It's just the same way we have military government now. These electoral processes give us democracy, the kind of democracy that we desire. If we take away the money, the vote trading, as we call it now, because there's no seller that will be a buyer. But that is not the question you are posed to me now. So, by and large, I want to thank the NYC Corps, the leadership of the NYC, the management too, because they give us a good product, who in turn will turn in results that tomorrow or earlier will be proud of. We need to give them a kudos. I had a contact with them. If I had to plead with the presiding officer that I wouldn't be able to queue, not that I want to jump queue, but because I have a national assignment, and that's why I drove all the way from Osun to Ikire. And they were so receptive. They took my card, even though the pictures had been defaced, but they were able to identify my name, and they looked at the data. Once they punched the beaver, my play data came, and it was okay. We need to thank them. They did a wonderful job. They are doing a wonderful job.
What's your take on this?
So far, so good. The youth corps member have done so well, but we also should not overlook the fact that for every disciple, there's always a Judas. We will not forget so soon that in the build-up to this gubernatorial election, somewhere around Elisha, a particular youth corps member was caught conniving with a particular agent of another party, whereby they practically stole a sizable number of voters' cards, which were said to have been sold by money exchange, and these are some of the things that are examples of the fact that we live in a society that all is not so good. But if you take those such pockets of actions, isolated actions away, big kudos should go to the young men and women of the National Youth Service Corps, who are the chunk of officers in this election. And of course, like we're saying all off air, you as much as we give them kudos, we also should realize that they also are expected to have realized that this is a country where they have a stake. It's not just about you being a polling officer and you allow yourself to be compromised by political parties or that. They also should have in mind that they are part of a process to build a nation that will either make them or mar them. And for as long as they have this in mind, knowing fully well that it's a face, you are serving the country now, you have a duty to perform. In another few years, a lot of them will translate into politicians themselves, contesting for one position or the other. And of course, memory will bring it back to you. What you did, either rightly or wrongly, while you had a national assignment, of course, that creates either fear or confidence in you as a politician that many of them will later become. So as much as we give kudos to them, it also should serve as a reminder to every one of them that this is an assignment to either make or mar the nation. And whatever role they play now will be a reflection of what the country would be when they eventually become men and women. And that will be a reflection of the kind of country that they will hand over to the generation after theirs.
But talking about their performance for now, are we comfortable with the level of where they are going about their duties?
Just like the professor, I also voted this morning, and I've been in a number of other units as an observer. And if there's anything that you cannot take away from them, either it was through training or the Omoluabi ethos that the state is known for, it is the courtesy of these young men and women. A lot of them were so relaxed. They approached people the way they expected to, with courtesy. Even when some of them were being driven into annoyance or being spoken to the way they were not supposed to be spoken to, they maintained their calm, responded calmly, and of course extended courtesy to the people that they are working with. That is a big plus on their part, and I think is also an example of the society that we want to build. People should begin to realize that life is a process. A time you were in the university when you follow orders, another time you are a UCOM member where you have some measure of liberty to do the right or do the wrong, and if you're able to pass that phase of life doing the right thing, if you are contributed to a society that we all can be proud of. So I give a big kudos to members of the NYSC for doing the needful and doing it cautiously, holding forth to the ethics of what it means to be a true Nigerian.
Thank you so much. And that takes us to another issue. Over the years, this word apathy has become part of the electoral process in Nigeria. It just comes naturally, voter apathy. With what we saw from our various reports today, I don't think we can conveniently say there has been a voter apathy in Osun at this 2022 elections. What is your take, and why do you think this is so?
Well, I think probably it is too early for us to conclude that there's no voter apathy still, notwithstanding the large number of turnouts we have seen, because we need to resort to statistics. How many people actually registered? Because this morning, I listened to the radio and learned that 1,900,000 something registered. And there are about 18 or other 18 or 80,000, I can't remember which now, that who have not collected their PVCs. Now, in my monitoring of elections over the years, it is a different thing to have this actual number of registered. It is another thing to say this is the actual number of accredited voters. Because it is in this, when you look at the Electoral Act too, if there is a vote in excess of the accredited voters, that will be cancelled. And that, in essence, minimizes the incidences of ballot stuffing, as we call it now. Now, at the end of the day, maybe in about 1 hour, 5 minutes time now, the whole balloting will stop. They will be able to calculate how many of the voters actually are accredited as against those who are registered in that. Statistics will tell us. But by and large, when we look at the number of registered voters for this 2022 election or so, vis-a-vis what we had in 2018, I think voting apathy is reduced seriously now. And again, from what both of us have experienced going out, he was in Oshogbo and Olorunda. I've been to Ikire and Gbagana Diomu. I have seen mostly a crowd everywhere struggling. In fact, it's what is more exciting is the presence of old people, notwithstanding their age. Even the what do we call them now? Those who are physically challenged were also seen crowding around to ensure that they cast their votes. The voting apathy is reducing. But when we get statistics later in the day or tomorrow, as the number of accredited voters, the number of registered voters, we'll be able to say precisely whether that has been tackled or not.
Okay. You have the same take? Are we removing that from?
I think my opinion is going to be a little bit slightly different from his, looking at the statistics. In the last election, which is 2018 election, what we had as a number of expected voters, which is accredited voters that is called, was just less than a billion, about 900 something thousand. And eventually, the total number of people that determined that election was just about 300 something thousand, which was like 1/3 of the expected number of voters. But if you look at what we have presently and the number of
Please just hold your thoughts there. One of our reporters is calling in. We have Adam Abdulkadri from Ikire. Adam, you're on. What?
Good afternoon, Funke. I'm here live at Ikire, Iriwole, Osun State. I've been to 4 different polling units, and right now as I speak, I'm at polling unit 004 Ward 9, Nera and Kobo open space, Ikire. And the whole process has been going smoothly.
Violence in Ikire. Do we have what we have been talking about, voter apathy, and the senior citizens, are they on ground? Yes, Adam, are you hearing me? Can we have the detail of the senior citizens, those who are voting for the first time, and those with physical challenge?
Hello? So far, there is no any issue of there is no any report of any violence right now. Throughout the 4 polling units, different polling units I have been to, the only case I have witnessed there was one particular woman who found it very like was unable to capture her face, but so she lodged the complaint. Then now they deploy another beaver machine. But right now, as I speak, she has casted her ballot and she has left.
Okay, have you seen any?
No, not at all, sir. There was no any report of, not at all, ma. There was no any issue of a report on any violence here, sir.
And by and large, nobody has been disenfranchised. You were talking about the beaver not working. Adam, has everybody been able to vote?
Okay, back to you, Studio Funke.
Okay, thank you so much, Adam. Thank you. It's good to know that everything is going on very well at Ikire, and I believe that is how it's going on in other places, to other parts of Osun State. So let's just continue.
So I was talking about the statistics that we have on ground. That in the 2018 election, the total number of expected voters in that election was about 900,000, which is less than a million, and eventually we had just about 1/3 of that determined the eventual winner of that election. But going from 2018 to this time, as by the data of INEC, we expected that in this election about 1.5 and above will be voting in this election, which means we've had a shift of about 600,000 new registrants that are going to be part, and these are most largely young men and women. And like I said here yesterday, one of the points that the society organization in Osun, a pattern that we noticed before now, we advocated for, is the fact that prior to this period, a number of young men and women get to register for their voters card while they are in school. as students of polytechnics, colleges of education, universities. And unlike now, before now, once it is a few days to election, you get an announcement by the government that for security reasons, the schools are being closed down. And before you know it, hundreds of thousands of these young men and women get disenfranchised because they have to travel back to their different homes and families. But through an advocacy, that has not been the case, except for the General ASUU strike, which has not substantially affected institutions in Osun. Because I can tell you that until now, the Osun State University is still in session, all the polytechnics. Except for, that's what I said, except for the Federal University. The State University is still functional. They are still in session as we speak, the polytechnics, the colleges. And there was no announcement of the closure of those institutions because of election, which means that thousands of people who either do over time has always been disenfranchised because the school gets closer and they get to go home would have to stay back this time around to participate in the election. So there is expected rise in the number of voters. I'm expecting that at least in the minimum about 1 million people will be voting in this election, which would be a substantial push in the determination of who governs. I've always said this, that in a state that we have about 4 million people, and what you get is about 300,000 people determining the fate of 4 million people. It is not substantial enough. But of course, when you have a push and you have 1 million and more, out of an average of about 4 million decided to vote, we can confidently say that the majority of the people has made a choice in whoever eventually wins the election, and such a person becomes acceptable and accountable to the people.
How do you think we can, further encourage? Because I want to believe this is a kind of agenda setting for, the 2023 general elections. How do you think we can encourage? Because you're talking about statistics, in as much as I agree with Prof, that, maybe we haven't hit the benchmark.
Yes,
we have not hit the benchmark, but how can we improve on this?
Now, one of the major things, like Irate said, and both of us belong to a group in Osun, one of the civil society organizations is the advocacy group, while we call on our people to
Another of our reporters is just calling in. Rotimi Akamo is calling in from Ife. Rotimi, you're on. What is the update from you right now? Rotimi. Okay. Rotimi, we're expecting your updates, but probably can just...
No, like I said, months before the election, we took it upon ourselves that we should encourage our people to come out to vote. We partner with the media, and want to thank you people, the fourth estate of the realm too, for
advancing the cause.
For acceding to our demand that they are still to consult our people. And of course, also has a background of being politically active. Even from being part of the whole Oyo State, you recall that in the whole Oyo State, the governor Bolage from Osun, the deputy Chief Mafolabi from Osun, the secretary Chief Akande from Osun. So you will see that when it comes to the issue of Osun State, Osun has been so politically conscious and active. So it is not so difficult for us to mobilize, and that is the result we are seeing today. Not more so, the presence of the heavy presence of the military personnel, the police personnel also has not scared our people off the voting places as we have witnessed today. But like your question rightly suggests, this must be a litmus test to what is going to happen in 2023. We still need to encourage our people through advocacy group, the national or regional agency, the media, in partnership with public civil society organizations also to come out to encourage people. If, like I said, we have about 300,000 people deciding the fate of over 4 million people, that is not good enough. And our mantra has always been, let the best of us rule the rest of us. If we say that, it means that from even among us, the best of us to come up to vote. I am in academics and I've been telling my colleagues, if we say, politics is dirty, we want to leave it to the politicians, which means we'll continue to follow the dictates of those dirty people. I'm not saying politicians are dirty, but we know in Nigeria today that there are so many things that, let's look at the issue of INEC now. When the guy came on board as a professor of political science, and the current chairman too, Mahmoud Jega, you will see a lot of changes.
Yakub Mahmoud.
Yakub Mahmoud, sorry. The name the guy kept coming. So that is the kind of paradigm shift we will have lost in our national polity. We need to strengthen institutions. In Nigeria, we rely on the leader. Mr. President said so. Let's look at what happened during Trump and the two-lot of the Trump administration. The people did not listen to the president. They did what should be done. Those who are managing institutions, if you have strong institutions ahead, we will go beyond the dictates of the leader. That is the type of original we will be giving our people now. Much more so, when you, let us examine what happened during the NSAS. It was so spontaneous, and even the government was alarmed that the youth will come up with this kind of activity. So, which means the people are becoming.
Prof, you're just going to hold your breath very quickly. Right. We will be quickly joining INEC headquarters in Abuja for an update on the ongoing election going on right here in Osun State. We'll be joining INEC headquarters via Zoom.
Thank you for having this chat today. So, what are you seeing in the field that we are not seeing from Abuja here? And that we have probably not received reports from our officials in the field. So the floor is now open. I can see Ojaja Development, Red, Amagri, NJ News, Peter IC, so Mada Electoral Hub, Fed from Center for Transparency Advocacy. We have most interreligious, we have parties, we have others. And the floor is open now. Please indicate and make your intervention. Thank you. Those who joined virtually with us, can you hear us? We can see some of their mics are muted. So please, we want to just indicate. Can we hear from any of them that are joining us virtually that you are actually on? You can hear us.
Yes.
So yeah, welcome to the INEC situated Zoom room for the Osun Governorship elections. So please, you are welcome. I made some introductory remarks. I hope you heard me. But if you haven't, the floor is open for feedback from you. So please go ahead if you have comments, observations, suggestions, even while the election is ongoing. Otherwise, we are on INEC situation. The Chairman and National Commissioner and the senior officials of the Commission are here. I would like to hear from you. So please, the floor is open. The suggestions, advice. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you, Faith. I can see you also.
Okay. Good afternoon, National Commissioners. Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me. Okay, but I'm just coming back into Oshogbo, having roamed around about 5 local government areas, Lesha West, Lesha East, and some other local government areas. So far, so good. Election has been very peaceful. Polls opened. Most of the areas where we visited and where we have deployed observers, polls open 100% at 8:30 in those polling units where we are observing. We have not had any issues apart from one local government area I just came out from, where they complained about the battery of the beavers. But before I left there, the SPO had arrived there to take care of the problem. The security agents are helping and being very professional. People are coming out. Some of the places where we saw a crowd of voters, they have about 2 beavers by machine working there, and we really have not had any issues. The only problem is that the issue of vote buying is still ongoing, but now they have become very discreet. They have become very discreet. You have to stay in a place for a while to see it happen. It's not happening again on the field. Now they are giving tallies. They give tally to voters. As soon as they finish voting, they are given a tally and they go somewhere else to pick it, unlike before when they will just direct them to the place. The DSS, we saw them on the road. They told us they arrested some fake observers, people who were not accredited, who were on the street. But so far, so good. There's a fairly good turnout of voters. A few of the places where we went, where you have like 200 registered voters, about over 100 had come out to vote. They're still waiting for people to vote. I'm back now in Oshogbo, and going back to our situation room because I have a press interview to attend. But for beavers, working very well, opening of polls, open early. Adult staff are very knowledgeable about their work that they have to do. Security agents are trying, just in some other cases where I saw at Elisha West now, the voters were complaining that the security agents were not helping to control the crowd. But as soon as they saw us coming, you see the security agents, they will stand up and then begin to make a show of trying to do some work. That's in just about 2 polling units that I saw. But aside all that, Mr. Chairman, sir, I want to say that the election has been going on very peacefully and also going on very well. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, the Center for Transparency and Budgets. Thank you very much. Any more comments? The floor is open, just speak.
I have a comment from the Nigerian Women Trust Fund. My name is Eria Makri. Can you hear me, please?
Nigerian Women Trust Fund, is it Mufiliat or Makri?
No, Makri. Mufiliat is unavoidably not Iran.
Go ahead, Makri.
Okay. We want to good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity, and we want to commend the Commission for its excellent work. And we're glad to note that the work the Commission is doing gets better and better at each election. However, 2 things we want to say quickly. That our observers, 50 accredited and other citizens observers, had noted that there are very few assistive devices for persons with disability across the states. If we can note that for the future. And secondly, in some polling units, the elderly were not given priority, neither were they given seats. So some old women actually sat on the floor, on the grass, in protest, because they just couldn't stand the rigors of standing for a very long time. So if we can also note that. Otherwise, in many police stations, our observers reported that lactating mothers, expectant mothers, the elderly, persons with disability. In fact, they sent in a photo of a good turnout of persons with disability in Igbo, were given priority attention, which is a very commendable thing to do. Polling units also opened quite early, and we're glad to note that. But the particular unit where our mothers sat in protest was in Igbo Ward 3, Unit 1, just for evidence purpose. Thank you very much. And if there are more evidence coming in, perhaps you can give me the floor again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Makri, from the Women's Trust Fund. I raised 2 issues. The first one is unavailability or widespread availability of assistive devices. The idea is actually not to make the assistive devices available at each and every polling unit. What with the disability community, particularly the Funeral Foundation. We were able to identify, they provided data, disaggregated data on the areas where they have concentration of passive that require the magnifying glasses, that for those with visual impairment, or the Braille ballot guide, as well as the options for the deaf. So we are actually led by data, but we also trained our adult staff to be noted that it's according on the manual register, to be noting voters with disabilities that turn up at polling units that we may not have captured, so that going forward we'll be able to serve Nigerians better. But we have taken note of that. We will continue to work inclusive friends and others to make sure that they respond and give others with disabilities pleasant voting experience in the future ahead. The second one is elderly, one given priority at some of the polling units. And you mentioned in particular, Igbo was 3, polling unit 1. I've taken note of that polling, both in our regulations and in the practice of police. We give priority to elderly persons, persons with disabilities. They must be given priority on election day, so that they don't join the queue because they cannot be expected to join the queue and stand so long like other citizens. I've taken note of that. It may be a trading issue, but I appreciate that you have made. So far, it's one of case. I'm going to know of what and the polling unit you have made. We'll continue to emphasize in our training, particularly the presiding officers and the presiding officers, go strictly by the provisions of regulations and guidelines for the priority must be given to this category of people. Thank you very much, Valerie. Any more? Just unmute your mind and see. We can hear you. Any more comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. My name is Aderemi Oguntoye. I'm the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association Election Working Group. We are here in Osun State as well. I just have one or two observations from the exercise today so far. Is it okay if I go ahead, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, we want to appreciate the deployment of the beavers, particularly. I think it's a game changer, and in the next probably election cycle, another 4 years, I'm sure that the loose ends, will be perfected, because some of the loose ends we observe today in one or two polling units, or a few polling units, where the polling unit officers complaining that the beavers is a little bit slow in capturing the face and the thumbprint of the voters. Apart from that, majority of the places, over 90% of the places we visited, the beavers was working perfectly well. The other observation that we have, that we want the commission to work on towards the next coming elections, probably next year, is the voter delineation. We realize that in Ekiti and Osun, there are new polling units created by the commission, and we find a situation where in a particular ward there would be a polling unit, a new polling unit with just about 40 or 50 registered voters. Now, next to that polling unit, in maybe sometimes less than 10 meters or 20 meters, you will have a polling unit, the traditional old one that has over 1,500 registered voters. And we realize that in the polling units with majority of the people, about 1,500, you have 4 polling unit officers, for example. And in the one that has recently been created, that is next door to it, you have the same number of polling unit officers, and this is a little bit, it created logistics issue for the polling unit officers. We would have thought that the polling unit that has So sorry, I was hearing voices in the background. Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. So we hope the commission.
That's in local government. Is Edeba? I mean, do something about it. If it's from someone who has joined us, just mute me so that we can listen to Adewale from the Bar Association. Go ahead, Adewale.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So our recommendation is that there should be some form of redelineation of these polling units so that the 1,500 registered voters in polling unit A in a particular place and the one next door to it that has been newly created that has 40 or 50, there can be some sort of merger and renumbering so that they can be evenly balanced, so that consequentially the polling unit officers and officers of INEC will not be overburdened, because in the places where you have 1,500 and above, they are struggling to meet up. They're struggling to make the time because they are aware that by 2:30 they have to stop. So that is creating some sort of uneven balance in the voters delineation in some of such polling units. Secondly, and finally, I wouldn't know what we can do in terms of voter education and enlightenment for the electorates in different states to know that it is possible for them to approach INEC and change their location or where they registered as voters. One of the reasons that we can allude to some of the low turnout we have experienced probably in Anambra, then in Ekiti, is the fact that a lot of voters who registered maybe in Okesha, government house area in Oshogbo, and now live in Olorunda local government, the same city vicinity, but probably 4, 5, 6 kilometers away. And as a result of the movement restriction, some of these voters are unable to access their polling unit. We believe strongly that this is one of the factors necessitating low turnout in some of our elections. So we recommend that the commission should step up enlightenment campaign in this area so that people would know that if you are a registered voter that has a PVC, you can actually have a change of voter location, so that people can be voting. Those are the observations that we have for now. Thank you so much for having us.
Okay, thank you very much, Adewale. You raised 3 issues. By the way, let me congratulate you because the Bar Association is also on its election today. And some of our members have already voted. So we are waiting for the figures for the voter turnout.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And we accredited 60,000, and all Nigerian lawyers over 60,000 accredited are voting from their homes. We are hopeful that INEC will get there very soon. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Adewale. INEC will get there hopefully very soon. Remember, you have the most educated voter population in Nigeria. They are all learned. And not all the voters that we serve are as learned as you are. And secondly, you go live in urban and suburban areas where people have access to modern technology and therefore can vote. But it's fine. One day we'll get there as a nation and as a people. But let me congratulate you. Today you are also voting. Just like as Nigerians, Osun State are also choosing their government. You raised basically 3 issues. One is the loose ends with regard to the functionality of the beavers in terms of making it speedy. I've taken note of that. By the time we receive your full report, we'll now see exactly those areas they are talking about in relation to the over 3,700 polling units where elections are holding today in Osun State. Thank you very much. The second point you made is about the voter distribution to polling units. And I like the point you have made. We are thinking about it. Remember, we did it for the first time in 25 years by expanding voter access to polling units. So there are issues of distribution of voters to polling units. Particularly when you talk about a new polling unit with few voters, and then you have all polling units with large number of registered voters. That one is a low-hanging fruit. All you need to do is to redistribute the voters to the polling units, to the proximate and contiguous polling units. But there are others that are separated by distance. We're also looking at that. In fact, our plan is that immediately after the Osun governorship election, we'll come back full time to this issue of distribution of voters to polling units. Finally, you talked about water education and enlightenment, particularly related to the issue of transfer, intrastate, and possibly also interstate. As probably one of the partners of water turnout. We'll look into that as well. But in doing so, I want to assure you, Jeremy, that we will engage with groups under the bar of David when the time comes for us to ramp up on this water education and policy. The good thing is that I had a discussion with the president of the bar a few weeks ago in Lagos, and we have started discussing with the public interest section of the bar that they would like to cooperate and collaborate with the commission, not only in the area of voter education, voter enlightenment, voter mobilization, but also other areas as well. I want to assure you that we are going to continue to work with partners such as the Bar Association and such as all the observers in the clinics and in the state. We have a system of quarterly meeting with our stakeholders. Every quarter we meet, and this will be one of the issues we're going to discuss in addition to many other issues. Thank you very much, Adeleke. Thank you very much for the association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any more? Please feel free. This is the open forum.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning. May I know who is speaking?
Yes, my name is Senami Okiemohai. I'm a journalist and also the Executive Director of Communications and Advocacy for Oni Ojaja Development Initiative.
Senami, we all know you. Just go ahead. Why?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, just following up with what our friend from the NBA said, it's really about voter education. We noticed that from reports, over 10.4 million new registrations has occurred since the registration process has started. A lot of young people have shown interest in registering, and from our observation, it doesn't look like a lot of those who have registered are coming out in this election. And secondly, the issue of transactional politics. By that, I'm referring to where people sell their votes. Although we have also noticed that in this election, the polling units and voting points is more private than what we had seen before. I'm just wondering, while this election is going on and others before the 2023 general elections, that we will be able to see, a more educated and a more enlightened electorate that can understand the import of selling their vote, which is criminal according to law. And secondly, that those who are registering or re-registering to get their PVCs, take advantage and use the PVCs for the purposes for which they register for. I'm also just hoping that that INEC is able to include rigorously this part in the enlightenment of electorates.
Thank you very much, Samani. Two things basically: voter education. We continue to partner with you in the area of voter education. But if it's voter education in relation to voter turnout, then we have to do more beyond voter education to voter mobilization. And that is where the political parties come in big time. Mobilization of the voters to go out and vote on election day. But I've taken note of the point you read about voter education. The second one is transactional politics. I think basically you're talking about the issue of vote buying and vote selling. But I'm glad that one of the steps we have taken as a commission to discourage vote buying in the administration of the polling units, such that there's so much gap between where the ballot box is and where the voting unit is, so that you reduce the exposure between the time the voter votes secret in the voting unit and the time he or she drops the ballot paper into the ballot box. I'm happy to hear that. The other thing I would like to hear is if voters have respected our ban on the use of mobile phones and other photographic devices while in the voting units. But we continue to partner again with the media. Remember, we have this system of quarterly meeting with the media as well, so that we get there. Thank you very much. And I think I saw CDD there, or any other person who wishes to please go ahead.
Yes, Waterlight.
Waterlight, great. Thank you, Waterlight.
Good afternoon, sir.
I noticed that you have been consistent since Nasarawa third constituency by-election in August 2020.
Okay, sir. Hello, sir. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman, National Commissioners, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me just stand by the existing protocols. I do not want to go back to what others have already mentioned. Our area of this thing, where I'm just coming back from Isokan now, Ward 3. I think that's the last polling unit before you get into Oyo State, going back to Osogbo. Our major focus, not to talk about what others have already said, well, what we observe is basically on one, the political party agents. I think they need to be re-educated, or I don't know, they need to be trained, because they caused a lot of problems, mostly in Ward 6, Unit 6. That day, they stopped voters from voting. It also happened in Ward 8 in Olurodu. That's Ward Unit 36, where they delayed voting for over 3 hours because they said that the PU code ended with 001 rather than 000. I even had to call Madam Nkechi, the woman in EPM, and I also called Mr. Chidi to also inform him, and he said we should call the operations. So I think they need to be educated, because it caused a lot of problems, stopping voters from voting. And also want to commend INEC, because one, the beavers worked effectively well, and the voter turnout was really, really commendable. It's a good this thing that people are now beginning to believe in the electoral process. And lastly is somebody already mentioned the positioning of the polling booth. The polling booth is in most polling units are positions in way that political party agents can see who and who voters are voting for. I think INEC should probably find a way to reposition the booth, or do it divide it into two rather than making it one in both sides. So because in one places I told them to turn the booth the other way, they said even if they turn it the other way, people from the other side will see people voting from the other side. So if it's possible for them to divide it so that it can actually help in vote buying, because in a lot of places we saw where political parties were paying as much as 10,000 naira, some were even paying 2,000, 7,000 and stuff like that. So that could actually reduce the issue of vote buying. But outside that, I personally have covered close to 8 local government this month, since 8 a.m. till this time. And I would say that the voter turnout is highly, highly commendable, and the beavers is working effectively. The only places where the beavers, the PO was complaining that it was not accrediting some few people. I advised them to ask those people to smile if they are not smiling rather than frowning. And when they started smiling, the thing captured them and it verified them. I think outside that, the beavers work effectively well, and a great commendation. And I would say congratulations to INEC. Is a good way moving forward. And the electoral process is taking a new shape, and a lot of people are coming out to exercise their civic rights, which is what INEC has brought, the world of technology has brought in book. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Watalai. I'm familiar with the issue you raised in relation to Isokan. Isokan is one of the hardest local governments from Oshoko. I think it's at 1 kilometers away from Oshoko.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
This last night, I've actually been keeping my eyes on Oshoko, I'm sorry, on Isokan. I received in the morning about the problem the polling unit you are referring to an IEDA. I quickly drew the attention of one of the progressive electoral commissioners. As part of our electoral commission, Kakuna said is actually overseeing Isokan as well as 2 other local government areas. And she immediately moved to the polling unit, resolved the matter, and sent me pictures. So I'm happy that what we are reporting is consistent with the report that we received from the field. On the issue of education of polling agents, I've taken note of that. This is a matter we are going to discuss at the next meeting with the political parties, because the agents are actually nominated by the political parties to represent them, not only at the polling units during the election, but also at the collection centers during collection of results. Thank you very much, Watalai. Any further comments? Austin is waiting. Austin? Austin, are you there from CDD?
Yes, distinguished chair. Good afternoon, chair and national. Yes, Prof, can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, so what I want to bring to the table is to escalate a situation we are seeing in Nwode, in Ede local government. There's a huge crowd there, but there's just one beavers that is stationed. And I try as much as possible to communicate with the state office, but I'm unable to do that. But taking advantage of this meeting to quickly pull it on the table, Iwode in Ede local government, huge crowd. I've sent a video to technical advisor Professor Kuna to also escalate. I just wanted to bring it to the front of this meeting. A second one is to see if you can speak to a bullion van that is stationed at a polling unit in Osogbo at the CSC Baptist School in Osogbo. We have gone to fact check and actually release a statement, but it's the bullion van blog is tweeting, is trending already. There's a bullion van station inside the polling unit in that primary school. It is not intended for election. However, there's a bank by the side of the polling unit. Zenin Bank is on the street where you have all the banks there. The bank usually have used the spot inside the school to park for car parks. So the bullion van has been there since yesterday, but the training stories that polling unit, there's a bullion van inside the polling unit, and you know the implication of that. So we're trying to stop it. If it's possible that the state comes from at this level, you can send personnel to go and verify exactly what we're saying. With I can send the video evidence to Professor Kuna to see. We've recorded the area and provided all the details. Just wanted to put this two on the table, among other things, but because of time, so that we can move on. Thank you, distinguished chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Austin and CDD. You confirm that you received the report you sent is not going in. The matter has been resolved. Voting is ongoing at that polling unit. And thank you very much for quickly drawing our attention. We like this kind of feedback so that we can respond speedily during the election. I want to assure you the matter has been resolved, but since you are on the ground, please find out from your people in that polling unit if what I'm saying is a true reflection of what is happening or the skill development. And thank you very much. On the bullion ban matter, you said you are going to send the details again to Professor Guna, kindly do so. But I'm happy you said the bullion ban is meant for a panel that is adjacent to the polling unit rather than used for anything untowards. But you can help us also check and counter the story going on. The bullion ban is used for some dishonorable activities. Thank you very much, Austin. Any more?
Thanks, Prof.
Thank you.
Chairman, sir, good afternoon. I'm Yen Ray John from NTA.
report from our correspondents across Osun State shows that the BVAS is working effectively compared to the last time it was used. What is the magic this time around? And could you also confirm to us that it is transmitting results effectively, just like as it's working on the field, to the INEC office?
And then learn lessons for subsequent elections. So NTA is the young people from Oshobo, not from Abuja. Let's go ahead.
Chairman, I'd like to repeat my question.
Reports from across the state that there has been very massive turnout of especially the elderly, and we are commending INEC for making it very comfortable for them. We hear that they have given them priority to vote. We also are being told that the physically challenged are also given priority in places where they have turned up. And so we are very happy about that. We're hoping that before the results begin to come out from the various polling units, we will be able to confirm that there has not been violence in most of the places. Like we heard earlier, they said in a particular ward at Iwo, the women came out to protest. We have not been able to get details of what led to that protest, but we are hoping that this will be taken care of. This is Funke from Oshobo.
Very much, thank you. As you are speaking, we are also watching you live. Thanks a lot. We have taken note of your observations. It's very encouraging to see that there is a large turnout. This is really exciting to us. And we'll continue to make the process. Sorry, if NG is still on, I've done the respond to the comment made by the Nigerian Television Authority, and we can see the platform written on the screen. So thank you very much for that comment. In the case of other people, we have solved the problem.
Yes,
Right. Okay, anyone? Galaxy S10. Whose name is Galaxy S10?
The location. When they closed the area one church among the Goshen, that process was very small. That traffic had not.
Okay, this looks like a private conversation. So for those who have joined us, any other comments, any other observation? Because
okay, so I have a very quick
I can see your name now on the screen. Go ahead, Women First Fund.
Team in Oshobo for the governorship election. From the platform where our observers have been reporting, obviously there are cases of voter inducement in some of the polling units. And we're very happy that INEC is collaborating with anti-corruption agencies such as ICPC and EFCC, to actually intervene in this. So from an accountability perspective, we're hoping that upon the conclusion of the election, these agencies would strengthen their relationship with INEC by giving us full report of their observation and how the voter inducement went on and the extent to which they've been able to intervene in terms of arrest and prosecution. I just wanted to put this on the table. Unlike previous elections, with the exception of the Ekiti one, we're seeing that they are on ground and they are playing very active role. Thank you, Huba.
Thank you very much, Mufir. Basically talking about voter inducement in the area where you deploy Shobo. You are pleased with our collaboration with the anti-trap agencies, particularly the ICCC and the EFCC and other security agencies as well. So you are looking forward to the report of what transpired. But I must also add your report, the prosecution of offenders. So that one will continue to work with the anti-drug agencies to ensure that they don't only report, but will also work with them to actually prosecute violations of the electoral law. Thank you so much. Any more? Any more? I understand and appreciate that you are still deployed to the field and voting hasn't ended at the polling units. So maybe it's time to allow you to go back to the field so that you can observe the conclusion of voting at the polling units. So I want on behalf of the commission to thank you so very much for joining us. Once again, thank the Nigerian Television Authority for covering this interactive meeting with stakeholders live. This is the beauty of technology. So it's not only our staff in the field that are monitoring, even those of us at the headquarters in Abuja are monitoring. You can see national commissioners, directors, members of the technical team, representatives of various security agencies in our own situation monitoring. So I want to thank you for joining us. But let me also say by way of conclusion that we look forward to the reports of your observations. These reports are very, very important to us. The incremental improvement we have been seeing to elections in Nigeria is as a result of working together with the groups that monitor elections in the field and the reports that you submit. So we look forward to our reports. I thank you very much again on behalf of the commission, and I wish you a happy stay in Osun and observation of what remains of the election. From there, we move to collation. It's not over yet until collation is done, and the decision made by Osun Electorate is finally announced by INEC. Thank you so much, and we will continue to bless our efforts. Thanks a lot.
All right, we must commend the Independent National Electoral Commission for that very beautiful interaction, having to hear firsthand from those on the field in Osun State as the election takes place. I must also commend my colleagues who have been handling this program. It's Osun Decides on the Nigerian Television Authority. I am Ian John. As you just saw, the Independent National Electoral Commission is actually holding its sixth gubernatorial election in Osun State today. And I'm sure you're aware that 15 political parties and candidates are, in the race. Some of the candidates in this election, of course, it's important to mention that Kinlade Akamu Ogumbiyi, who is 59-year-old, and his deputy Jimo Mukaila Adekunle, 61 of their court party, are in it. The incumbent governor, Adegboyega Ishaka Oyetola, who is 67 years old, and his deputy Benedict Olugboyega Alabi, 56 of the All Progressives Congress, are also in the race. I must mention that Boyega Oyetola assumed office as the governor of Osun State on November 27, 2019, succeeding Rauf Aregbesola, who is now the Minister of Interior. Both men are of the All Progressives Congress, and the ceremony marked the first time in the history of the 31-year-old state that the governor would hand over to another elected on the platform of the same party. So, of course, everybody's watching to see what's going to happen if the incumbent would get a second term. Now, other candidates in this election are Yusuf Suleiman Lasson, who is 61-year-old, Adeola Adekunle Atanda, who is 53 of the Labour Party. Adeleke Ademola, of course, is also in the race. He's 61 years old, and his deputy, Adewusi Kola Adegboyega, who is 62 of the People's Democratic Party. We also have Omigbondu Oyegoke Akinrola, who is 58, and his deputy, Oni Mukaila Adesoye, who is 66 of the Social Democratic Party. Of course, all the other candidates I would mention to you, talking about the senatorial districts. in Osun State, just so that you have a feel of what's going on. There are actually 3 senatorial districts with 30 local government areas, 332 wards, and 3,763 polling units in Osun State. An election is going on, across the state at the moment. Osun State has the second largest number of local governments in the southwest, and that's after Oyo State. Now, each senatorial district comprises 10 local government areas. Talking about the figures that we have from INEC, it shows that the registered voters are 1,955,657 as against 1,600,000 in the last election. Of course, it's a great improvement, and we also have as facts from the Independent National Electoral Commission that 1,479,959 voters have collected their PVCs as at July 10 this year. Now, INEC is trying to set a new record by having persons with disabilities, being deployed as ad hoc staff, selected from the NYC Corps to, help manage this election. And we also know that 5 INEC national commissioners, 12 resident electoral commissioners, and other senior INEC officers are in the state at the moment to ensure that INEC delivers a credible, free, fair, and conclusive election. Of course, we must mention conclusive election because when you look back to 2018, I'm sure you know what happened in that particular election. We also know that observers, like you just heard, we saw some observers giving their feel of what's happening in Osun State. INEC actually approved 79 local and 8 international observers for the election, and the police has also confirmed that they have 21,000 personnel deployed on the field for security purpose. Now, that's just a quick facts and figures of what's happening in Osun State at the moment. It's going to be a robust conversation. I still have with me 2 professors. Yes, they've been here, and of course with my colleague Claire Adolabu Abdurazak. I have still with me Professor Adefemi Isomwana, Professor of Political Science and former head Department of Political Science, University of Ibadan. Many thanks for remaining with us, Prof.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
All right. I also have Associate Professor Musa Ibori, who is from the Department of Political Science and International Relations from the University of Abuja. Many thanks for remaining with us. Okay, so we'll go straight to the conversation, but let's just quickly have a feel of the political history of Osun State. Bolaji Akim, in this next report, takes a look at the political history of Osun State as residents of the state go to the polls today to elect the governor that will pilot the affairs of the state for the next 4 years.
And other activities in the present day Osun started as early as the 50s during the political era. That was when the agitation for autonomy by Osun indigenes started. Then the present senatorial districts, namely Osun West, Osun Central, and part of Osun East, were subordinate towns under the administration of Ibadan District Native Authority. The political agitation for autonomy came to reality in 1991 when Osun State was created from the old Oyo State by General Ibrahim Babangida's administration.
When we were in the old Oyo State, there was a period we have a governor for Oyo State. That was late Uncle Bola Ige. His deputy is from Osun Division of Oyo State. His deputy governor then, Chief S.M. Afolabi, was also from Osun Division of Oyo State. And the secretary to the state government then, Chief Adebisi Akande, was also from Osun Division. That is to tell you the kind of influence that our political leaders from Osun Division of the whole Oyo State and even the entire old Western States, the kind of influence that they wield.
With the creation, the need and search for the first democratic system started in 1992 with 2 political parties, namely Social Democratic Party, SDP, and National Republican Convention, NRC, signaling the commencement of the Third Republic. The SDP, through Senator Isiaka Adeleke, won the election.
He used to do his campaigns in the air using the helicopter, dropping, yes. But when the state was created, he wanted to be governor in Old Oyo. He gained more momentum when the state was split and it became a smaller state.
Political activities in Osun State was put on hold, just like any other state in the country between 1993 and 1999 due to military incursion. In 1999, stakeholders in political circles dusted their political strategy, with Osun State not lagging behind. The political tango was between two major political parties, namely Alliance for Democracy and People's Democratic Party. The election was won by the candidate of Alliance for Democracy, Chibisi Akande, who directed the affairs of the state for 4 years between May 29, 1999 to May 29, 2003. From May 2003 to 2007, the People's Democratic Party took over the reign of power when Olagunsoye Oyinlola was declared the winner of the governorship election. His second-term tenure was nullified on the 26th of November 2010 by a court judgment after 3.5 years in office. The judgment declared Action Congress candidate Rauf Aregbesola as the governor.
It has changed the dynamics of Osun politics, taking it back to the days of the Bisi Akande. So we have had two political, not parties, but political entities, as it were.
The day of the election, that was the 14th of April 2007. It was the most brutal election that we had in the history of politicking around here. About 14 people lost their life defending their rights to choose a governor of their choice.
Action Congress, AC, which later changed to All Progressives Congress, APC, since 2010, has produced the democratically elected governor of Osun State till date. The stage is now set for the people of Osun to elect another governor from 15 political parties that will take part in 2022 governorship election on Saturday, 16th of July. In Osogbo, Bolaji Akim, NTA News.
All right, many thanks, Bolaji Akim, for that beautiful package there, giving us the political history of Osun State. But before we get to all of that, I'd like, to find from my guest, the overall assessment of this election. You've been monitoring what's happening in Osun State, and of course, you've also watched the INEC chairman, live when he had interaction with those on the field. So we can say that we are abreast with what's happening or what has happened so far in Osun State. So what's your assessment? So Prof. Isomona, could you give us your assessment compared to that of Ekiti that we had last month?
I think from what we heard, the reports, there's an improvement in terms of the organization and the conduct of the election. A vote buying, for example, we are told is not taking place openly. We got reports that it's taking place discreetly, and that maybe that's because of the presence of security agents like EFCC. So the extent it will the level of it, that is the magnitude of it, certainly depends on the presence of security agents. And then we're also told that it's virtually violence free, although some skirmishes were reported. So by and large, it appears to be an improvement on the recent Ekiti State governorship election.
Okay, so Prof. Ebari, what's your own response to that?
Thank you very much. I think INEC should be commended on the improvements over the last election conducted in Ekiti State, and the security agents too will be commended, because whereas it was free for all inducements in the last election, but now it is being surreptitiously done. It is still, you get what I'm saying? So, meaning, you see, one thing with democratic process is that there can't be perfection. It can only be work in progress. As for the issue of inducement, I think if the security agency should, go a whole hog by not only apprehending criminals, they should be seen to have been, prosecuted, and if found guilty, convicted. That will serve as a deterrent to those who are likely to toe the same path. So I think INEC and our security agency should be commended for a work well done, and we hope it could be better.
Okay, talking about commendation, looking at the early deployment of materials, and of course looking at the beavers working effectively. What do you likely see, happening in 2023 election? Because, like we've heard, voter turnout is impressive this time around. So what do you think is happening to the consciousness of electorate in the country?
INEC certainly has a lot more to do, because this is just one of several state elections. I mean, in 2023, it will be the whole country, so INEC will be covering the whole country. I mean, resources have been deployed, large resources, in security personnel, INEC personnel, and other kinds of personnel have been deployed there. But in 2023, when the whole country is going to the poll, I mean, there's a lot more to be done. That means that INEC must do a lot more preparation. I mean, ensure that technology, BVAS is, working, and they have the number that will cover the whole country, and that are in good order, good condition to run the election. So certainly it's going to be a bigger challenge, because the whole country will be covered then. It's not the same thing as it is now.
All right, definitely there will be challenges, in the electoral process, and how to, solve those challenges is what we are looking at. But let's quickly take this report from Kema Farag, and then we'll come back to the studio and talk some more.
Thank you, studio. I'm here at Community Primary School, Waru, Okini, Egbedore local government area of Osun State. Voting is still ongoing, and it's few minutes to the deadline given by the Independent National Electoral Commission for voting. But there are people on the lines. Many of them who talked to me earlier said they're having challenges with the bimodal voter accreditation system. Say they are complaining that the beavers is unable to locate, is unable to capture their fingerprints. I have a first timer here, Ridwan, who has been on the queue since 9 a.m. Ridwan, how are you?
I'm really good, sir. Thank you.
Since when have you been here?
I've been here since around 9 a.m. in the morning.
How has been the process so far?
It's very hectic and a little bit slow.
What's causing the...
Actually, the main problem is inadequate of the bimodal system, and then there has been lack of presiding officer with the youth corps, so it's really make the process very slow.
Being a first timer, will this discourage you from...
Actually, I'll be a bit discouraged, but then I still have to remember it's my civil right to vote. So with that, I still have it in mind that voting is my civil responsibility. So, and with that, I won't be discouraged. But actually, INEC really needs to up their games with the machine equipment and their staffs also.
Thank you, Ridwan. You can go back to it. Have with me another voter who has been waiting patiently since morning. Your name, ma?
Nika Durowoju, Mrs.
Since when have you been here?
I was here since morning.
How is the voting process like?
although everything's calm and everything's okay, but the only problem is only the fingerprint that is not easy for us, because since we are here and our fingerprint is not yet okay properly, so we are still managed to do it, sha.
Thank you. As you can hear, it seems to be some little hiccups at the back. The people are already complaining, looking at the time. Maybe they won't be able to vote. INEC officials need to explain to them that they will still cast their ballot since they are already on the queue.
All right, many thanks, Afarigu, for that. So we'll quickly take another report, and it's about an exciting experience for a young voter, Morenike Ani, and she shares her experience with our correspondent, Wasiu Rafiu. I'm sure we also have another correspondent who would give us a situation report of the happenings in Osun at the moment.
This is Salvation Army Primary School in Salaro, Osogbo. In this school, we have 5 polling units, and virtually all the 5 polling units are empty as the INEC officials are waiting for the 2:30 deadline before they commence sorting and counting. I have here with me an aged person that has cast his vote and is still waiting. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What is your name, sir?
My name is Latif Onolapo.
Why are you still waiting behind, sir?
I'm waiting to see that everything went well. We started very well, and you can never trust people. But I'm happy everything went well, and I want to see that my vote counts. My vote counts.
How has been the process so far?
The process has been very splendid. It's been very good. Everybody was online. They were accredited, and everybody voted according to the party EOS.
Unlike about 4 years ago, the process was cumbersome and slow. But this time around, you can see before 12, all of us have already finished voting. So we are only awaiting sorting and counting.
Everything is peaceful. All the materials were there. The officials are polite. So I think we'll get there someday.
Okay, that report is actually on the situation reporter from the units at Salvation Army polling units in Okearo, Oshogbo, where voting, I'm sure, has ended at this time. Now let's take the candidate of the Accord Party, Dr. Akin Ogunbiyi. He had an interview with our correspondents at his Ile-Ogbo country home, headquarters of Ayedire local government. Dr. Ogunbiyi raised some concerns. Take a listen.
Small paper. I don't know that, but what I observed, and we saw this local government, the local government vehicle, parked behind the building. There was a lady inside, there was another man, and they were the one who are exchanging, what do you call it, cash for vote. It's unfortunate.
So you are saying your party is not involved in this?
Not at all. Why would I have to buy vote? I've gone around the entire state of Osun State. I've canvassed. People can see I'm an eventually can relate to it. It's up to Osun people. I've made myself available. I meant well for the state. I'm very passionate about the state, and I've made myself available. So, good luck to Osun people. Whatever the outcome of the election.
That's the Accord Party candidate, sharing his thought with correspondents there. The next report is on the National Secretary of the All Progressives Congress, APC Senator Yola Omishore, who cast his ballot at Unit 3, Ward 1, Ife East Local Government Area. We'll now bring you, what actually transpired at that polling unit. All right, another clear example of the beavers working right there. And just before we took those reports, I actually asked Professor Isomona about his thoughts as regards future elections, because, you know, if you want to compare Ekiti and Osun, you would say that this is far better, and it looks like we're getting it right. Now, of course, from the views of respondents so far, the beavers is working properly. The electorate are out there, you know, trying to exercise their franchise, and then the politicians are no longer coming out with the money. Okay, they are looking for other ways, you know, just to conceal the fact that, okay, there's anything like vote buying going on. So now I'll come to you, Professor Ibori. With this, you know, with the assessment, because you gave your assessment earlier, you said, well, this is thumbs up for INEC, and of course thumbs up for Nigerians in general. Looking at this election, looking at what happened in Ekiti, looking at 2019, what do you foresee for 2023?
Well, I foresee a great and tremendous improvement over the previous election conducted. It really shows that things have started working. Let me just say this. So I advise INEC to take this Osun and Ekiti election as pilot study, so that they can study it and really see area of improvement to guide them in a subsequent election in 2023. It will go a long way in bringing the well-desired improvement in our electoral management in this country.
Okay, desired improvement. I think for the men, it will be, you know, safe to say that, yes, there's improvement. But for me as a woman, I do not think that there's improvement for us, women in the political space. You know, I must talk about this, you know, because it's my constituency, and I'm doing my best to protect, you know, the rights of women. And of course, looking at the fact that we should have more women in the political space. We've seen that improvement on the part of INEC, on the part of the electorate, on the part of women in politics. Has there really been an improvement, you know, from 1999, you know, till now?
Well, women participate mostly at the level of voting. There are levels of political participation. I mean, you find a crowd of women. It's at the level of seeking elective office. That's where you still have low participation. And many reasons have been advanced for this. Some people talk about the nature of politics in Nigeria. You know, many of the meetings are held, you know, during odd hours, and several other things which discourage women participation. In some other places, could be religion that discourages them to get involved, or their spouses, you know, may not be comfortable seeing them get involved in politics. So we have 15 governorship candidates and no woman, but I think some of the few political parties are featuring deputy governorship running mates. So, yeah, as you said, that's why some organizations who are interested in promoting women political participation are saying that there should be a kind of affirmative action. I think recently there was a proposal, the electoral amendment bill. I mean, there was a proposal to increase the opportunity for women political participation at the level of elective office, but that part of the bill it
didn't go through.
It didn't get through. So if you have that kind of provision, that would then mean that statutorily, you know, political parties will have to field women candidates. But without that, if it's left open to market forces and other political forces to determine, you won't see significant improvement. If you trace the trend from 1999, now some countries like Rwanda, they have that kind of affirmative action. That's why you have, I think it's in political appointments, which are not elective appointments, you know, that Nigeria has made some progress, done better. Because that one you don't require, is at the discretion of the executive office holder to decide how many women he or she wants to come on board.
Okay, Prof. Ibori, I'm sure you listen to him, and you know, some people have argued, some men actually have said that you know, you shouldn't hand the mail over to the women; they should fight for it. Do you really think that women have what it takes, you know, really to, you know, vie for more positions, and then of course get very, very strong positions in this country? Do you think that is going to happen in the near future?
No, women folk can compete on equal, on a level playing field with men folk, because there are so many factors counting against them. We have the issue of religion, we have the issue of culture, and above all, we have the issue of this monetization of politics. So you can imagine the heavy capital outlay needed to take off politically. I don't think women can afford that. The only way things can be done is a situation where there could be amendment in electoral acts, where certain positions should be left for women. But let's not deceive ourselves. There is no way women can compete effectively with men folk in politics and have a field there. It's not possible. We mustn't deceive ourselves, because there are so many factors counting against it. And women should also seize this initiative of liberalization of political space. What I mean is that going by the trend of the analysis just now, you can see that at least there is a semblance of peace in the conduct of the election, because there are some women are scared off because of ruggedness of Nigerian politics. Things are getting better now. They should also try to seize the initiative, and government should also try to encourage the participation of women in Nigerian politics by walking the talk in affirmative action. Right. by walking the talk in both political appointments, especially appointee position, so that women, could be visibly seen playing politics like their men counterparts. So it will go a long way. Really. Then we also have this NGO that should play a role of advocacy in trying to fight for the right of women in political space. Women should also try to harness so many international agencies that are favorably disposed towards their aspiration in politics. It will go a long way in assisting them.
Prof, I listened to you and you've just been saying women. Yeah. I think that the men have a critical role to play in this particular, aspect. I think that, looking at the records, it's not just about the women not being able to, come out and vie for political positions. I think the men are also a stumbling block. Prof, Professor Isomona, don't you think that 80%, the challenge really is the fact that the men are not willing to accommodate the women?
You see, political power, is a desire to, win political power and to gain control. The desire of men, it can also be a desire of women, but it's a desire that you cannot, especially for those who have that kind of strong desire. This persuasion, this argument that should give space to women does not fly with them. It's like other kinds of competitions, athletics and so on. You find somebody who has been winning, has won maybe 14 Grand Slams, 23 Grand Slams, and wants to continue to set a record. So political power is not given. It's, men look at U.S. For example, the United States of America, over 200 years, it's men. So to think that someday the men will agree to yield to the men,
to the women.
To the women. Yield the political space, leave the political space for the women. It's not likely. It's not likely.
So it means you agree totally that the men are actually the major factor in hindering women from active participation in politics.
It's not that men deliberately, as a group.
Let's give instances. For example, a man would not want his wife to come out for certain political positions.
Yeah.
Some would not even let their daughters, they'll say, oh no, it should be a man and all of that. Or I won't vote for a woman. You get to hear a lot of men say all of that. You have political parties that are run basically by men. It's just the women leader position that you find the woman. So don't you really think that if the men would actually agree that women have the capacity and they can actually do great for this country, then we can begin to see a change in the narrative?
Yeah, that agreement is not going to happen. He mentioned several factors that affect the chances of women. He mentioned resources, money, the role of money. He mentioned, the nature of politics in Nigeria can also be very violent. You see, until it gets to a point with the improvements, beavers, when political competition is no longer violent, people see political competition as a game with rules and regulations.
Then we would have more women in the political space.
Very likely. Because when people generally, if the political culture reaches that point, when people respect the rules of the game. For example, one of the candidates said is ready for the outcome of the election. If most people have that kind of attitude, that they are going into this contest realizing that only one person is going to win, and that if the person wins, according to the rules, based on the observance of the rules, fine. So that political culture must grow to that point. Yeah.
All right. Talking about the political culture, on a final note now, because we're about rounding off this session. Talking about the political culture, what do you think that is still left to be done for us to get it right?
Well, as Arella said, there can be perfection. There should be an effort on the part of government, on the part of mass media, on the part of NGO, to actually indulge in sensitization program that will seek to tidy our way of doing politics in this country. So you can see that at least there is even the collection of PVC now. There is a great improvement on that, right? And I know why, because of the roles of this, especially NGO and the mass media. I can only tell you that in recent past, one could even read in a newspaper where PVs have become badges to even enter churches, right? So many, NGO have been, actually, encouraging. You get it? Encouraging the electorate.
Participation.
Yeah, but, to just go for their PVC so that they will not just be bystander in political process.
They can actually have
they should
a say.
Be participants.
All right, thank you so much, Professor Musa, Associate Professor Musa Ibori.
Thank you very much
for your time. Thank you
much
for joining us. And of course, Professor Adefemi is someone. Many thanks for joining us for this conversation. Yes, I'm signing out with my guest. Of course, I would have another set of guests right here in the Abuja studio. But at this point, let's join my colleague Funke, who is at the Oshogbo studio for the next conversation.
Oh, thank you, Larry. And I was just enjoying your conversation with your guest. I did hear the prof say that women in Nigeria would not be given a level playing ground for now. Well, the good thing is that in our profession, we're doing well. Claire handed over to you. You are handing over to me, and we're putting the men on the edge. I think that that's a very good one for us in the broadcast industry. Yes, thank you again for joining us in the Oshogbo studio. And we had our guests step out while we were at the Situation Room with INEC. Wasiu Ademola Oyedokun Ali, Professor of Federal University Oye-Ekiti, was here with us. He has just stepped out. Comrade Ayodeji Ologun, also a journalist and public affairs analyst, was here since yesterday. He stepped out too. We have a new set of guests on the panel who will be taking us further on Osun Decides here. With me is Comrade Wahid Lawal, Chairman Osun Civil Society Coalition. Thank you for joining us on this discussion. Yes, we also have Ajiri Chris, Director General, Flag Foundation of Nigeria. Thank you for joining us on the conversation. Both of you have been out, and I'm sure you have so much to tell us about now. We're being told that sorting and collation has begun in Oshogbo, and we'll be letting you into some of the reports from our reporters on the field. But for now, I want us to quickly react to some of those reports we watched while Larry was anchoring in Abuja, starting from the issue that was brought about in Woru. Chris, can you tell us a little bit about that? Talked about shortage of staff.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for having me once again. I want us to switch the discussions going forward to educate, inform Nigerians about the new era of election that we've entered into in Nigeria. Of course, each election must have its own little challenges here and there. The issue of shortage of staff was only in one place that I noticed. INEC normally have the polling officer and then assistant polling officers 1, 2, 3, 4. But in one particular instance, there was only 3. And of course, they were managing it well. The fourth person didn't turn up for one reason or another. I asked the polling agent, the polling officer there, but then we were going on well. So it's not an issue which we should be talking about. Let us emphasize more.
Forward,
yes, emphasize more on what we have recorded. Now, in my own case, I've devoted myself to studying the new electoral system. We're in a new era of elections in Nigeria. Beginning from November 6th, 2021, when we had the Guba elections in Anambra, where the BVI system was introduced for the first time by INEC. Now, BVI is an improved version of the card reader. Then we saw how it worked. And then the FCT area council elections in February this year. Then last Monday, Ekiti, Guba election. And here we are. And this is the last of the series of these major elections going to before the 2023 general election. So for me, it's been an experience being in the field as an observer dedicated to studying this new system. Coming from my experience in Anambra and FCT, then vis-a-vis what happened in Ekiti last month and what is playing out currently here. Yes, it is a plus for us. And my prayer is that they will continue with this trajectory as we move into the main general elections. Of course, there's been reportage of, the system working, the device system working, been the issues of INEC staff being on ground as early as possible, the security agencies, the polling officers, and most importantly, the enthusiasm by the voters, the Osun voters, and the large number, the turnout, very encouraging, massive set of people. Of course, out of 1,900 plus, 1,900 plus of registered voters, about 1,500. 1,500 collected their PVCs. So we're seeing that.
And we can even see the large crowd we have at the various polling units. Yes. We're still, reacting to some of those reports that we saw before we go into our conversation. The Accord Party candidate did complain about votes buying. We thought we had downplayed it, but now we heard him say on camera that he actually witnessed vote buying. Comrade, how do you react to this?
Well, I've moved around about 6 local governments today, and I've not seen just a thing where I moved to. I'm not saying they were not buying voting, but I must confirm to you, I didn't say it. It was not done openly, because I've been in Borikwe today, in the Felodun, Olorunda, Oshogbo, Egbedore, and Edenorth. So I can tell you, the situation was very impressive. I didn't see people buying vote in a glaring face. I don't know whether they were now doing it in a clandestine way.
Not in the see and buy.
I didn't see that one. So I cannot confirm what he's saying. But I can tell you, with the throughput of electorate in Osun today, it shows people are eager to choose who lead them.
Okay, but what does this portend for the person who has come out to say he actually, witnessed vote buying?
The truth be told, the issue of vote buying is a challenge. They may not come openly to do that. But I don't want that particular stance to overcloud what the successes we have recorded. Of course, I've always said that vote buying is a social problem, where people are so hungry and impoverished by even the same political elites.
Also criminal.
Of course, yes. And of course, we must note that vote buying is an electoral offense. And if you are properly prosecuted, tried and prosecuted, you will go to jail. So no matter how they meander it, this one of one that the Accord Party candidate, a major stakeholder and the candidates in this election, that he saw now addressing the press over. Yes, should not be swept under the carpet. I just hope and pray that they could have discreetly captured some of this sin, as an evidence And of course, the Nigerian intelligence community mobilized a lot of their people. They are moving around. At the end of the day, those caught buying vote or selling vote.
Yes, you can just see we have live pictures of sorting and counting right here.
Yes.
Osogbo here. We're moving ahead, so we're going to time. I'm sure it must have started 2:30 like it was.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay, that's it. As it is, of course, we have entered the second stage of this election. This is a very major, time in this election. Vote sorting, counting, and then uploading. This is where the challenge, from my experience, the last two elections on this system, this is where the challenge comes.
Okay.
So this is where we also have to pay attention. And then in some places, voting have ended. They're sorting, and then before they count. And then another thing is this, that some of these ones are smaller units. We have some polling units that are up to have 500, some 900, some 2,000 plus. Unlike what we saw in the Ekiti State, where you have up to 500 plus, they will deploy 2 device systems. But here, we have not seen more of that. Of course, that makes the voting a little bit slow. But anybody that is in the queue, even up to 6 p.m., must cast before the voting and close in that particular stance. It brings me to another thing, that the issue of 2:30, from 8 to 2:30. No. Going forward towards 2023, the time, the spare space for voting should be extended to about 4 or 5. 4 or 5. Of course, with the new system, it makes vote counting and faster. So, to avoid undue pressure on the people, the voting and the annex officials, we should increase the time that people are allowed to vote. I mean, some countries, voting takes place like 1 week. So this 8 hours interval, no. Moreover, in 2020, going to 2023, what we are seeing about the youth collecting for their PVCs, as against less than 30 million we've been experiencing since 1999, I predict that we'll be having about close to 50 million voters in 2023. So the time frame must be, of course, time allotted to voting must be increased. This benchmark of 2:30, no. Moreover, this is a new electoral era, a new system. 95% of Nigerians, 95% of even the candidates for this 2023 are yet to see this system work. The device system, they are yet to see it work. And then the voter education, political voter education, has to be on the front burner now to avoid crisis in 2023. Because some voters come in confused, not knowing exactly what to do. Because you have a new system other than what they are used to. Then it brings me to another point of party agents. Party agents are the major stakeholders representing political parties in the polling unit.
Yes, we're still going to talk about the party agents because we heard, I think is it Ayedade or something where the So that we know that we have had issues there. So we'll still come to political agents, but you can see the counting is ongoing. And I'm being told that Femi, where are you and what is the situation on ground where you are? Tell us your location and what is happening exactly where you are right now. Well, yeah. Femi, your audio is not clear, but we're coming back to you. Just hold on there. I want to ask Comrade. Ajuri Grease has talked about something that is very pivotal in terms of, elongating the period of election. He says 2:30 is not enough time. Is that your take on this?
Yes, it's very essential. You see, where we're having 500 and something people in a queue, limited the time to 2:30 is wrong. Yes. INEC should expand the time to about 4 or 5 o'clock, so that people will have time to come and exercise their franchise.
But what do you say about somebody who has come out to vote as early as 8 o'clock, and then you are extending the time? Do you expect him to?
No,
Don't
you
you think
see,
that this could
there are some places, there are some polling booths that the number of voters there are limited. Yes. But there are some with 800 voters, 1,000 voters registered. Well, definitely, if you go in Felodun this morning, you can see about 600, 700 people in a unit. And they drop out en masse as early as possible. Close to 2. So they will have not finished up till now at that unit. So INEC should be able to manage the whole process very well.
Okay. When we were with them at the Situation Room at INEC headquarters, one of the observations was the fact that delineation, that they need to, some polling units have so many and some have so few, especially when they have just created new polling units. Yes. What do you think should be done about this?
Now, that's another challenge.
Okay. I'm saying that Femi is back on. Let's quickly hear from Femi on the field. Femi, what's happening there?
Thank you, Funke. Currently, I'm at polling unit 001, Cemetery Road in Olonda local government area of Osun State. As you can see, counting is on. The INEC officials with the counting. It's already been sorted out by the security operatives. It's already been sorted out by the security operatives here. Counting is ongoing currently, and people are watching keenly to ensure that their vote counts. Electorates are standing, not eager to go home at all. One of them was standing close to me, not look quite long. Hello, sir.
Okay.
Hello, sir. How are you? How has been the whole process?
We thank God. Everything went smoothly, without any query. So, and then we really appreciate the INEC. So, for the server, it's went very fine.
Why are you waiting? Still waiting?
I want to take our result we want to take it, go home. So, and everything is okay. So we don't finish counting now, and then we thank God for the exercise. So it's very good.
As you can hear from one of the party agents, he's satisfied with the whole process here at 001 Cemetery Road polling unit in Olonda local government.
What is the security situation there? We know when sorting and counting is on, some people may be phony. Is the security still on the alert? And then, how are the people generally? We have just heard somebody who wants to take his result home. Is it the same with all the others on the field? Is it the same with all the others?
Okay, come again. I can't hear you clearly.
Yes, first I asked 2 questions. One, the security situation on ground. Are the security officials still on top of their game? And then secondly, we want to know have a feel of the people. Are they all like the man who wants to take his result home? Are they excited about the process that is going on?
Thank you. The security operatives are on ground. Earlier on, there was a bit of confusion with the counting, and they stood up to address the whole situation. They are ready on ground here and ensuring that everything is going on fine. The people here are so eager to hear the outcome of the election. They are so eager here. Some of them were standing close to me here before, but now they are almost through with the counting, and I feel they already know the number of votes their candidates have. So they're already going to their various homes.
Thank Thank you, Femi. Thank you, Femi. We'll be back to you again. Yes, this is a very interesting one. Yeah. Somebody wants to take his result home. At least that of his polling unit goes home with him. What is your take on this?
You see, this has. Let me start by issue of some polling units. INEC created new polling units, right? Created new polling units. There was an instance where in the large compound there were 6 polling units. One had about 2,000 plus, some 1,000 plus, another one 2,000 plus. The other 3, one had 4 registered voters. One had 8, one had 1. They were all, of course, in terms of manpower, 4 INEC staffs. For INEC.
Are we talking about the situation today or?
Well, here, that was even in FCT, but here, in terms of because they created as they created new polling units, I don't know what step INEC is going to take to ensure that it may not be evenly distributed according to the polling units, but there are some polling units that have very little numbers, 13. Whereas a step further, there's another one with about 500 plus. So it's a source of worry.
So what do you think can be done with this?
Well, that's left for INEC. That's fine. I don't know. We're creating the new polling units. I don't know the criteria that they use, and in fact, that's an area to be more deeply interrogated.
Well, to me, I believe INEC should be able to do the needful. They were creating a new polling unit from the existing one. If the registered voters in an existing polling unit is above 500, 800, 1,000, and you are creating a new one, there's nothing wrong for them to separate. Redistribute.
That's what we expect.
Redistribute to the new polling unit so that so numbers will reduce from the bigger one, and the newly created one will have enough voters so that it won't be load on one and nothing in the other unit.
Yeah, that's what we.
INEC should do the needful on that.
That's what we expect.
Well, that's the purpose of these are discussions. It's agenda setting for INEC too. They should redistribute. Yes. But won't you look at it in terms of the fact that, people are also, the registration is ongoing.
Yes.
So perhaps maybe put a peg at the number of, if for instance you have a polling unit that is already 500, you don't allow anybody to register there, go to the next. Is there something?
You see, in polling unit, when they were doing their registration, at times they do it at the ward level. So, but INEC knows that this person registered as a unit. If the number in a polling unit is above 500, the new polling unit, wherever they register them, should be directed to that place. And so these units are in the same vicinity. They are in the same vicinity. If you are not in A, you will be in B. So it is the duty of INEC to redistribute these voters to that unit so that there won't be burden on one and nothing on the other.
I'm still talking about INEC, the umpire at this election. You were out. Give us, a very candid assessment of INEC today.
I must confess to you, they did a human job today. INEC did very well. No, there is room for improvement in every process. But what they did today is good because they were at the polling unit on time. At least by 8 o'clock, they have started voting in some polling unit where I visited. I was in post office polling unit in Ere, with Bodika local government. By 8 o'clock, they were already started voting. So INEC, they have improved in terms of their promptness and efficiently.
But then, yes, INEC, of course, have been in forefront of government. This is just one of the elections. In 2023, governorship election will be holding about 33 states.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. We have Anambra, we have, about 29 states. and all this, and you have House of Assembly, House of Reps, Senate, Governor, Governorship, I mean, all at the same time. To coordinate this nationwide, to have, because let's not be carried away with this one of election where all the, like here we have about 21,000 security men. The general election, where are you going to get that number with all the security challenges?
Another footage just coming in. I think this is coming from OK Church, Bogon, Ayede area, local government area of Osun State. I think it's Ayedade. Yes. So let's see what is happening there. It's like you can see people are, very alert.
Yes. Yeah.
I think this is also a very interesting aspect of it. People are, standing by their vote.
I don't like to miss this aspect of election. Yes, because this is where, as you see, it's there. Now.
You can see the crowd. This is really very interesting. Yes. In other climes, people may have, just gone back home and say, well, we're waiting for our results. But people are actually, and I'm interested in the fact that a lot of them are youths. What does that portend for this country?
That's the revolution. That's the prayer we've been praying. Let the youths wake up, because Nigerian youth were grossly, docile, where their country is being taken away from them. That they've woken up and they're showing interest. It's very encouraging, and I want to encourage them to do more. Here, what we are seeing is that people want to ensure that their vote counts. So we're telling them that yes, going forward, your vote counts. There's no compromise about your vote. Because right there at that polling unit, this election is ending there. Whatever figures that are agreed, counted, agreed, uploaded. Nobody can alter it. Again, that's why voting now starts and ends right there at the polling unit. And you saw the other guy talking about going with the results. But some of them don't even know. First, after the counting, sorting and the counting and announcing the results. Yes, it has not been announced. It has to be entered into the original result sheet. As if you're a party agent, it will advise you not to move. It will enter into the original result sheet. Then captured, the B5 system captures the original result sheet and uploads it. After uploading it, you as a voter, you as a party agent, you are expected to track that result, that polling unit, track it in the INEC portal where it's been uploaded. Track it even before you leave to ensure that this your result in this polling unit is already uploaded into the system. Some lists is put in place. Some party agents. That's why the importance of training party agents is very important. Some will leave without even, collecting the result, without ensuring that it's been uploaded.
You're talking about uploading and tracking. Are Nigerians updated technologically wise, for all this that is happening right now?
But today, everybody we want a free and fair election. It is technology that now guarantees that to a large extent. But first and foremost, even if you're not there, as soon as the system, the device recognizes your fingerprint or captures your image, it's already uploaded, it's in the cloud. That is a given, which has been the voter apathy and fear and apprehension that my vote don't count. But now, take it to the bank, your vote counts. There's no two ways about it. But as long as you authenticated and accredited and you voted, your vote counts. Even the issue of ballot box snatching. That's why there should be a lot of education, even on the Electoral Act, for people to really know what is contained therein. Once INEC have deployed electoral materials to the polling units and polling have started, anything that happens thereof is messing after that. Because even if it is two people that voted, it's already recorded. That is why this system eliminates to a higher degree issues of violence, ballot box snatching, fighting. It makes no sense.
That takes me to Comrade Wahid Lawal. You are of the Civil Society Coalition. Civil society, we look at Osun State, we had 21,000 security personnel to monitor the election. How do you feel about, yes?
You see, I think it is simply because it's an isolated election.
That's right.
Because if not, there is no reason for deploying 21,000 police for election. Election should be a celebration. People should be able to celebrate on election day instead of over-policing the electoral process. Police deploy 21,000. Civil defense said they deploy almost 12,000. The other agencies deploy their own for conduct governorship election alone. No other assembly there, no other election there, governorship election alone. But we are getting there.
At what cost?
Because that one cost the government a lot.
That's a lot of money.
All those money that could be shared to other things.
Oh yeah. Spent
on election. That is not too good for us. But because it's an isolated election, they want to justify that we want to conduct a free, fair, and credible election. If our policing is not a solution to that.
And it's not sustainable.
It's not sustainable. It is not sustainable at all.
Yeah. And we have just heard that it's by and large very peaceful.
Very peaceful.
So most likely the security operatives did not have any.
They don't have much work to do.
What is the alternative? Because if we pull out security agencies, do you think we will still be, having?
We are not saying they should pull them out, but don't over-policing the electoral process. Election should be a funfair, a celebration.
It is a funfair. You go and watch the people.
It's a funfair. It's a celebration.
See how happy.
You will see what we see in Nigeria now in Bongo. You will have seen that those youth. They want to know the result of their election, and that will now change the face of vote buying. Because when youth show interest and they came out en masse, those who want to buy vote, they will not. They cannot.
Can we say can there ever be under security?
There is security should not be under. The most important thing is that security should do their work, their normal work, the way they should do it. Allow people to go and cast their vote, do their celebration, because election should be a celebrator of we want to elect our leader. Whether we elect one or changing, it should be a celebration. We are not in war.
We're not in war.
We're not in war.
Yes, that brings me to question: what's the role of the domestic observers? If we say we don't want, we don't want so much or so many security agencies on ground, can domestic election observers take the place?
Before you were misconstrued in terms of this. First, it's a one-off election. In 2023 general election, mobilizing this quantum of security officials is not possible. First, they are not there. And so, I think Osun State, there was a peace accord signed. I was in NTA studio 2 days ago, thereabout, to discuss about the efficacy of the peace accord. Because of some signs, right? So no government, because of the current state of the nation, government did what they ought to do by mobilizing this. Now, I think was in 2011, Osun state election was also violent, yes.
Well, that's 2007.
Okay,
2007. That's
now,
the violence.
That's a new era. This era of the new electoral act that we're using to conduct these elections today and the guidelines promotes safety. It promotes safety. So that's one point that I want us to understand. Even if you have monopoly of violence, the violence has no room under the new dispensation. It has no room. It will not be of any good, any advantage to any political party, to any candidate. You will gain nothing by promoting violence one way or the other. Because once you go.
Okay, thank you. I also have Lanre on standby. Lanre, well done. Where are you and what is happening where you are right now?
Well, I'm back at Alikuodo, one of the reputed largest polling zone in Oshobo. Right now, they've started counting the ballot boxes. They've just finished counting the one of APC that has 121 ballot papers, votes. Now they are counting the one of PDP. I would like us to go near the place and have an ambience of what's going on there. If the cameraman can just follow me and see how it's going for the one of PDP. The electoral officers is counting the one of PDP right now, and they're at 48.
49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88.
All right. That's what we have for now. And any other questions?
We want to know the feel of the people. Are they on ground? Are they excited? Are they happy?
Right now, the party agents are the ones that are a little bit on the tense side, while the onlookers are the voters. And there are some smiling faces. There are some, faces that are looking at keenly at what is being counted right now. So it's a mixed reaction right now.
So we're not so interested in the number of the votes cast for the various political parties, but we're just happy that the counting is going on, and we're hoping that everything will come out well. And were there complaints about the beavers, the workings of the beavers here?
You have to ask that question again because of a lot of noise. Yeah, you have to ask me that question again. I beg your pardon. There are a lot of people talking at the same time here.
Monitoring from there, were there complaints, beavers? Were there any? You did tell us that it's the largest, or perhaps one of the largest polling units there. Any complaints so far?
I beg your pardon. I think I have to go back to the studio. I can't hear you very well. I can't hear you very well. There's a lot of noise here.
Okay. Thank you very much, Larry. Thank you very much. We're back in the studios, and you saw what is happening there.
It's exciting. It's very exciting. That's why, as Alaji was saying, the issue of security during the elections will find its natural course. even in 2023. What we should be worried about is the overall national security. Because where there are where people are threatened in a particular area, they will not feel so free. You can see people excited, eagerness to come and because there's security. Not the security provided by the patrolling by the 21,000 mobilized. No, because the state itself, the sense of security in the state is high, not threatened. Unlike what you have in some parts of Nigeria. We've also, even by voter registration, INEC staff was attacked. All those things create fear. And then, if there's security generally nationwide, the issue of fomenting trouble, causing trouble, fighting, ballot box snatching in the election, those ones will fizzle out because there's no room for it any longer. There's no room for it any longer. If it's vote buying, it's a different ball game. Vote buying, of course, once it's seen it, we should beam our searchlight on campaign finance. If you are seen to be buying so much vote, where did you get the money from? We should begin to interrogate the candidates and the parties themselves. And if the security, the intelligence community can discreetly follow and be able to isolate who bought, who paid more, and all that and all that. But that's notwithstanding, let the elections come and go peacefully. Peacefully. Vote buying, as we're identifying it as a challenge, going forward, there'll be solutions. Of course, you have, right, INEC made it plain for going to the ballot, going to the cubicle to print. You are not expected to go with your phone. If you go with phone, it is an electoral offense. After voting, that's why it's called open ballot. You are expected to fold your ballot in a way that nobody will see, and then you put it there. So even if you collected money from somebody, he or she, how would he monitor you to ensure that you voted for him or not? That will discourage those who think they have so much money to buy votes. At the point when they can no longer see the result of the money they are spending. Because I also observed that party agents are there on one hand with an eagle's eye to identify who's safer.
Are you sure that?
And the INEC overemphasize it. You stand to be arrested there as a voter that exposes the where you to print it. Yes, of course. That's why the security men are there. It's an electoral offense to do that. And of course, so our emphasis should be people to understand that, look, this is a constitutional duty. This is a moral duty. By coming out to vote for a candidate of your choice, you are not doing me a favor. You are not doing PDP or APC a favor. You are doing yourself a favor. That is why you must identify a candidate of your choice, whosoever you believe that can deliver. Along the line today, I made boys, the boys that you can, politicians will do that to do the dirty job during the election. A hood of them. I engaged them, interacted with them. I said, what do you guys think about the election? They said,
okay, we have Femi again.
Okay.
Femi, you're at another location. Where are you now? And what's happening?
Hello. Thank you, Funke. The crowd here is massive. Electorate are waiting to ensure that the counting, they witness the counting. Counting has commenced here at polling unit 001 opposite 7-Up in Oshogbo. And the presiding officer is already telling agents how the whole process of the counting will go.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, so let's have your ambience. Let's hear your ambience. Family, let's hear from the people. How do they feel? Let's hear from the people.
Moving forward, we have the party logo APC. Yes. 1, Thank you. You can feel the frenzy atmosphere here. People are so eager and anxious to hear the outcome of who they voted for. Now, on my way here, I moved to almost like 5 polling units where sorting and counting has ended. So with this now, the next stop will be INEC headquarters in Osogbo.
Thank you so much, Femi. You're doing well. We're seeing you all over the place. You can still move to one or two other polling units and let us know what is happening there. Well done, Femi. We're back in the studios, and I want to ask you, we're talking about Osun decides. We're talking about elections in Osun. 2018 was very interesting. We had this inconclusive election. So I really want us to conclude this without going back to inconclusive. 2018, you were part of the process, and at the end of the day, it was inconclusive. How do you see today's election? Are we, maybe I don't want us to look further than we can see, but what do you think? How did you think inconclusive come about?
I believe this time around, the election will be conclusive. I mean, if you see the turnout of people, and you see how eager they are to follow the entire process, you will know election will be conclusive. You see, in 2018, there are crises, there are pockets of crisis in some polling units that call for cancellation. So far, we have not had that one in this process. So, to me, I believe the election will be conclusive.
Okay, election will be conclusive. It's your take too?
Yes. There's no reason why this election should not be conclusive. It's expected to be conclusive and peacefully too. And then, of course, let me say this. Inconclusive election comes up when the total number of when you calculate the total number of votes count and the differential between the areas that have not voted that were cancelled for one reason or another, or because that the equipment could not get there in time. Okay, so when that figure of those that have not voted is higher in number than the margin of winning. Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah.
The margin of winning is what determines that. But the new system that have made every possible voter that have obtained PVC to vote to a large extent, as we're seeing, have eliminated that.
Yes. We must say a very big thank you to you, Ajere Chris, Director General, Flag Foundation of Nigeria, and Comrade Wahid Lawal, Chairman of Osun Civil Society Coalition. Thank you so much for being part of Osun Decides from Osogbo here. We will be going to Abuja very quickly. When we return, we'll continue with this conversation from the Osogbo studios of Osun Decides. We thank you for being with us.
Studio. We will, come back to you much later. But at this point, let's quickly take reactions from voters at OK Church, Bongom, Ayedade local government area of Osun State.
Yes, Ibrahim Olayemi from Ayedade local government, Ward 4, Unit 4, in Gogon, Osun State. Actually, the election for today went well. credible, sale and fair. But there are some circumstances that occurred during the counting of the election, whereby it's about to causing one or two arguments between the voters and the INEC. As a result of unacceptable interaction between both parties. So, but at the end of the day, we thank Almighty God that give us opportunity to settle you and to understand one another and do ourselves. So, in fact, I am very grateful that the election went well and those fair and fair, credible, and we all agreed that by God's grace, my candidate is going to match it. So, I'm very sure this is going well as we expect. So,
Okay, let's also find out what is happening as sorting takes place at Ijebu Ijesha wards in Ile-Ife East Local Government area of the state. All right, thank you so much for that update. Looking at the Osun election so far, from morning till now, it looks like the process is a model, compared to other elections that we've had, after 2019. But I have a guest with me here who would actually analyze, some of the issues that this particular election has, brought forward. I have joining me now, Mike Otsaha. He's a public affairs analyst. Many thanks for joining us.
My pleasure. Good evening, Nigerians.
Okay, I also have a very optimistic Nigerian. Yeah, he came in here smiling, excited about the process. Unjoko Emmanuel, the Director, Governance and Democracy Connected Development. He's an activist. Many thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so before we talk about the issues, I'd like to just hear your assessment. Let's begin from there. You have been following development. I'd like to start with you, Mike Otsaha. Tell us, you've been following what's been happening in Osun, even if you're in Abuja. You are abreast with everything. So what's your assessment of the election?
Thank you very much. I think we'll say so far so good. We've not had, at least from media reports that we have monitored, we have not heard of any, incidences of a breakdown of the law and order. And there isn't much of a report around vote buying like we saw a month ago in Ekiti and all of that. So, and most of those who have responded to inquiries, particularly from your colleagues on how it has gone, have been full of praises for the process and for the institution. So I think it's fair enough to say so far so good.
Okay, so far so good, Emmanuel.
We're making progress as a nation. We're making progress in our electoral process. Like you rightly said, before now, a typical election day like this, you'll be hearing stories of ballot snatching here, gunshots here, violence here, someone killed here. Probably you'll be counting close to like 5 to 10 persons already dead. But all throughout today, And just not to completely agree with what you said around vote buying, there has been a lot of vote buying in this election. So we have boots on ground in all the local governments, and the reports are dropping. So the vote buying doesn't happen in the glare of people, but there is vote buying in almost every polling unit. But I tell Nigerians that I say that vote buying is progress in our electoral progress in our electoral process. It is progress in the sense that before now, what the politicians do is they try to manipulate some of the staff of INEC. They try to manipulate the whole process. But all of a sudden, the politicians have realized from the strength of the Electoral Act 2022 and with the introduction of the beavers in the electoral process, the politicians have woken up to realize that the whole power is in the hands of the people, the electorate. The power is in the hands of the electorate. And that is the reason why they are all going to the electorate to try to buy their votes, because the power is now with the people. It's no longer like you have it before in an election. You just wait. Even if it's just 100 persons that comes out to vote, once they leave, you bring out the incidence form, you fill in all the names on the voter register and have one person thumbprint. Now you need the people. You need, if I'm registered to vote here, you need me to come. You can no longer purchase my PVC as it used to be in the case from INEC, and you purchase Emmanuel's PVC and give it to one John to present himself and vote. It is no longer possible. Have you seen the videos trending last week of the boxes of PVCs that have been uncovered under drainages, in sewages? That number of PVCs, do you know why they are coming out? Because the politicians have realized they don't need it anymore. It's useless to them. So you are keeping PVCs, it's useless. You cannot use the because what the beavers needs is the person that is registered to vote.
I'm going to hold your thought there. Let's quickly join Larry on the field, and of course you continue with that thought.
Well, I mean, Unit 5, Ward 1, and the noise around me says it all. They've just finished counting the ballot papers, and it's a mixed reaction here. Anxious faces, happy faces. Some are still wondering what is going on. This unit just are done with the voting exercise. Larry.
Many thanks, Larry. What's the security like? Because you said noise in the background. I hope there's law and order. There's no likely going to be any form of skirmishes from whoever thinks that the result is not the way they want it to be.
Well, the noise you're hearing is for those people who felt they've won in this polling unit, and they are packing their bags now and going. And the security here is impressive. They've been talking to people to calm down, not to be overexcited, so as not to cause another thing. You have to be magnanimous in winning. That's what the security persons are telling people here at the polling unit.
Yeah, many thanks, Larry. I would say that, the results we're getting from Osun actually is making most Nigerians smile, that it looks like we're getting it right as far as electoral, space is concerned. Now, let's quickly join Funke in Osogbo, and then we'll come back to Abuja.
So much, Larry. Joining me in the studio is another guest. Comrade Ene Obi, convener, Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room, and country director, Action Aid Nigeria. It's good to have you with us in the studios again.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And of course, we still have the regular face you've been seeing since yesterday. Wasiu Ademola Oyedokun Ali is still here. He's our Associate Professor of English and Applied Languages, Federal University, Oye Ikiti. Welcome back once again. We're going to you, and tell us exactly how it has been on the field since morning.
Okay, we did a deployment of hundreds of observers, or maybe nearly 1,000 observers through our partners. We also went out. I've been out since morning. We had a press briefing at about 1 o'clock. And from all the observations coming out, reports coming from the field, from the observers, one of the unique things that we have found since morning is peace, peaceful election. There hasn't been any report of violence, up until this moment, and some polls have closed. which is really commendable. And the commendation goes to the Osun people. The other is the issue of the presence of security, at the polling environment. To even step back a bit is to look at early arrival of INEC staff and the security agencies at most of the filling stations. It's really unique because before 7, we almost had about 50%, more than 50% of the polling units had resumed, which is a shocker, and I think is a record commendation to the Osun INEC team and also the commission itself. Much later, there were just few environments where you had maybe the INEC staff got there, the security were not there, and of course they refused to open, the polling environment because of their own cautiousness. There was a lot of caution of saying you cannot start until you have a security person. We also had the security, that's the police force, moving. Their monitors were moving around. You had observers at the polling units, but you also had roving observers. One of the INEC monitors was able to take a polling unit out of a palace. Because it was inside the palace and it was a bit so rowdy, and while the voting was going to commence, and a monitor from INEC office, came in and asked them to move it out, that it will not give that kind of perception, and so it was moved out. The thing was, the community did not react. And nobody reacted, but they agreed to moving it out with the security personnel, everybody also behaving professionally.
Was that constitutional? Can you move the polling unit out of
No, if you are, it's just adjacent.
Okay.
It's not moving it far away, but inside the compound of the...
From one location to another.
It's a frontage right there. It's like being on the road, and it's still read, as being in that place. I think the location... from the observers too, they say some of the polling units were located in personal residence, compounds or personal residence, and I saw that even during the monitoring as well. Looking instead of like the schools that we talked about and the private places that can give you the secrecy that it needs. Then you also look at the fact that some of the polling the voting cubicles were located in a glaring place that defeats the secrecy of the ballot. And so when people are going, they are going to, thumbprint, people are looking at them. And I think there is need for a lot of sensitization still about how to vote. And I think they do that. Maybe it's just something that, it's a technical thing because of the issues of vote buying. Some people are not folding their ballot paper, and they take it like that and then we'll go and pull it. And so as observers, we cannot instruct them. As observers, we cannot instruct them. But when you see a polling cubicle that is exposed to people and people are still looking and others are looking, the effect you do is you don't give that secrecy. Like one of the commentators was pointing out that the decision now of who wins the election is in the hand of the voters. And so they track the voters down and try to see a way to convince them. And so I would say that a lot of commendations. I saw a gallant, one of the reports from our polling unit, I think is in one of the local governments, there was a guy who was going to cause trouble in the polling environment. And the gallant police officers took him down. And that silence, and the police, we got a picture of him kneeling down and the police just stopped him there. So I think they are on duty, and these are the things that we are talking about, that we need to activate the system. We have everything that it takes, and we can do that.
You were talking about calming him down rather than...
They calmed him down. They weren't doing anything.
Any force or anything.
There was no force, but they had moved him from the polling unit. You are not allowed under the Electoral Act. You cannot carry guns around the feelings, the polling unit. But so he's moved out of the polling unit, and I saw him kneeling down. That's the picture that one of our observers sent to us. So I think on the whole, it's been very peaceful. The beavers, which was a major concern for us, I think has performed very well. In many of the cases where I visited, it was less than 1 minute. It has done the decent, but the failure, something that wasn't working well was the issue of thumb printing. When you're thumb printing, using the thumb, it's not working as the facial. And a lot of the facials worked. In a few cases, some people, both the facial and the thumb printing, and I think whether they use the QR code, even when the person waited for quite some time, it was not possible. And I saw an old lady who was going back home because they didn't know what to do again. And I then tried to find out from the INEC officials what is she to do. And they said she needs to correct it before the voting for 2023 general elections. But I want to say that the turnout is most likely to be higher than what we had in the past, because about 1.5 million people, PVCs were giving out. We still had like almost 400,000 that were not collected. But when we had a pre-meeting with the REC from the Nigerian Civil Society Situation Room, we had a meeting where he briefed us about the preparation for this election. He told us that they went to the ward level where they were distributing, the PVCs, but it got to the point where they had to stop, of course, to stop and come and prepare. We did appeal. They had then closed from the ward level now to the local government level, where they were still registering a huge crowd. And so we appealed to them to please go back and reopen the ward level, because the poverty level we have now is a lot, and people are looking for food, not to talk of traveling all the way to the local government headquarters to go and collect PVCs. If they could only reopen for a couple of days for people, and they did. So we want to commend them on that, and that results to the turnout of how many people eventually got the PVC. So I think we're happy with this.
We're gradually getting to the high points of today's election, with sorting and counting already ongoing. But you mentioned, before I come to you, Prof, Ene, you mentioned the fact that, over 400 PVCs are not yet collected. What does this portend for our election right now?
I think the beauty of this is that INEC is quite transparent with the data. We know down to the polling units, where the PVCs that are not collected are coming from. Everything is, we have the data up to the unit, the polling unit. So if you didn't have the data, they were very transparent with it. The REC promised that at the end of Thursday, they will now have the closure, and they were going to give us the data of how many people have collected. They not only gave us an overall data, they gave us the individualized data to the polling unit. So it means that we still have a lot of polling stations, polling units, the PVCs that have not been collected, and we hope they will have the opportunity to collect that. I think they know you can't eat the PVCs. You really need to give it to people.
Larry, I'm sure you have a question for NF. Keep your question as I ask Prof. Yes, what are the expectations? We are on the high point of the election.
Yes, counting is ongoing now, and from the visuals that we watched from your correspondence, at least, we know in so many places the polling has stopped and counting has begun. So, and if we take cognizance of what happened in Ekiti, I think the elections the results were declared 12 hours after the closure of the ballot. And the INEC promised that it will do that much earlier in Osun. So we are expecting that to happen. Just like my comrade said here, a lot of improvements has taken place, and we just hope that 2023 will be better off. I think it's been happening over the years now, that whatever happens in Osun will be a precursor to what is going to happen at the general election. And the INEC had Ekiti to prepare. Now the Osun is ongoing now. And from the reports we have had, left, right, and center, I think we are getting it right. Our expectations are very high, and we are hopeful that maybe by 5 a.m. tomorrow, the result will have been declared.
Okay, I was just going to ask you that. What time are we looking at now? It's like things are happening very fast,
very fast,
faster than we think.
No, the development of technology has made it much easier. And while I was out there going for break, I had one commentator say that people who collected the PVCs, probably to use it for dubious means, that dubious thing will not work again. Because, you know what I said when I went to vote this morning, the system was near perfect that I don't see anybody manipulating anything anywhere. So that would be quite difficult. And we do thank the civil society organizations too. Of course, I'm an integral part of the CSO, that we are breathing on the neck of INEC. And INEC is also very responsive. That is good for our democracy, and that's good for our country.
Yes, and then one of the new introductions is this electronic release of results from polling units. What are your observers saying about this?
We're waiting now. Now the votes have started being, they are counting, the polls have ended. One of the beauty, and that's why we struggled for the Electoral Act. And I think, lots of commendations for Nigerians, and to the president too for signing that act. It has given us a new lease of life. As soon as the votes are counted, as soon as they're done, the forms immediately is transmitted from the beavers to the INEC portal. So if you are watching the portal now, if you log into the portal of INEC right now, you are going to see some of the results that will be coming in. So as soon as the vote is counted, the form is filled, and they will just transmit. After the parties have signed, that's the agents, the party agents are signed, they give them their copies, and then they take that. So that's a plus for us. And I hope that when they pull that, but we have invested a lot in terms of what we have done as civil society organizations. I have been here for more than a week. We went in to organize in collaboration with Channel, to organize the debate. So we have been doing so many things.
I'm sure she has a question for you. Larry, you have a question for Ene?
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. And you are on the field. We are right here in Abuja watching the screen and, caring of what's happening in Osun. The perception we have here is the fact that the beavers has worked 100%. And you were on the field. You saw things for yourself. And I remember that during the live interaction with the INEC chairman, a particular observer mentioned that some beavers had issues with batteries and all of that. Would you say that it was 100% performance for the beavers in this election, and what were the challenges, if there were any, and how did INEC solve it?
I will not say 100%. I cannot say 100% because many of within Oshogbo metropolis, we could see that the beavers was taking less than a minute. But outside, the report from the observers, tell us that sometimes it takes like 2 minutes. Sometimes it takes like 3 minutes, so we cannot say 100%. If INEC is watching here now, I think they need to go to, the Gulf roundabout. There's a huge population there, about 2,000 people that were just reported. This report I'm talking about is about 1 p.m., where we have that population and that beavers malfunctioned in that very environment, and that they had called on INEC, but as at 1 o'clock, it has not been repaired. That's one of the little incidents that we can say. So you get a few reports, but it's a huge improvement because from Ekiti, it was like 75% in terms of performance. And what we had, when we're interacting with INEC, we told them that we expect 100%. If there is a problem, it will be a learning from here as we go into 2023 general elections. So we cannot categorize to be 100%, but we are very, very happy with the way that things are turning out, and we hope to continue that they will continue to improve. With the security too, if we are moving on, there is improvement, but vote buying is quite pronounced. There is a lot of issues of vote buying.
Vote buying, and if you can hear me, because the reports we have here is that the politicians have gone scientific about vote buying, finding a way to do it, somehow, so that security operatives do not get a seat, or INEC officials, or observers. Did you have an experience, or can you share an experience with us as regards vote buying in Osun State?
We have a lot of reports coming from the field. We have a lot. In some of the areas, you find people negotiating. Like I think is it Ife North? One of the areas they saw practically where some of the political parties were given 4,000 per person, and then another one was given 2,000, and so it is very, very visible from many of the observers, both the national observers and also international observers. This is something that they pulled down. In one of the polling units where I witnessed was the placement of the cubicle, is so visible that the party agents are looking over the shoulder of those who are voting, and then you are having some people too assisting other people to vote. And we had these reports. It's like there is a silent way. And one of the areas that they also need to look at is we were told by the DIG that all the men, the personnel for security, at least for the police, were paid already before the election itself. And we have been told that they have not been paid. Some of the agencies, not police particularly, said that they have not been paid even for Ekiti. And so these are some of the issues to look around, why the security personnel will look away when they see that this is not the way. I think more conscientization of the security agencies is needed for them to be able to stem what is going on.
So much, and for your response to my questions, and many thanks, Funke, for your intervention right there at our Oshogbo studio. I'm sure we'll still come back to you because that's where it's happening. Of course, Osun is the center of the nation today because all eyes are on you to see who your next governor will be. We'll come back to you in the studio, but let's join Larry, who is on the field, to quickly give us an update before we get back to the discussion right here in the studio.
At Unit 20, Ward 4, where the last counting is taking place. There's a lot of noise there, so I have to project a little. The counting has taken place, and let me move away from the camera so that you can see how people are moving on with the counting. And they are very excited, anticipating what is going on. And it's a lot of crowd here going on with the electoral officers, counting with the electoral officers, anticipating the result of what is going on. Let's hear them. That's what we have for now. And the wards, in most of the wards, they have done their counting and collation. Laurie?
Thanks, Larry. I like that report, that you just gave to us. I'm so excited about the process. And of course, I'm looking forward to 2023 so I can also be on the field because it looks like electorates are having fun, this time around compared to in the past where, there's fear, people are running home after voting and all of that. So, of course, I must say that Osun is, setting a good record for us. But just before we continue with the discussion right here in the studio, because my guests are itching to say so much about, the process so far, let's quickly join Funke in Oshogbo.
Setting a good agenda for 2023 is indeed what we are witnessing here in Oshobo. I must say a big thank you to our guests. Ene, thank you for coming, taking up time to be part of the Osun Studios. And I also thank you, Prof. You've been here since yesterday,
pleasure.
and I'm sure you
It's another assignment.
Thank you so much. The next time you'll be joining us in Oshobo on the Osun Decides program, we will be at the INEC office here in Oshobo, and we will be giving you a blow-to-blow account of what is happening right there. From here, we go back to Larry, who has her guests to continue on the narrative.
Many thanks, Funke. And I remember that while you were signing off with Claire, you invited her over. You didn't invite me over to Osun to come celebrate, after the election is over. Not to worry, I would still join Claire in that adventure. Okay, so now, just before we come to my guest, yes, I need to take this report. It's still on more sorting being done at Ilare Ward 3, Unit 11 of Ife Central Local Government Area of Osun State.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17,
40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49,
All right, I'm sure it's the same all around, in Osun. I'm sure most parts of Osun, the excitement on the part of the electorate, voting, waiting to ensure that their votes are counted. And, I can, from the one before the Silare, polling unit, where we actually saw the electorate counting and, they were so excited, the fun, elections has become, how would you describe it? I think in the coming election 2023, I'm sure we're going to be seeing people probably celebrating, having fun, and dancing at polling units compared to what we used to see in the past. Do you think that's a good way to go?
Yeah. I'll describe it in the words of your retired executive director, Eugenia Abu. She calls it a walk in the park. We're not there yet, but we're clearly on the right track to getting to where we want to be. And in the build up to the 2023 elections, we have seen something that is unprecedented in the political history of Nigeria. We have seen a number of young people who have come up to identify with the political process and to say, look, we're taking an interest in who becomes our leader. I think this is what is beginning to play out in what we're seeing on the screen. Look at one, we have had situations since 2011 where coppers have been victims of electoral violence. That we still have coppers participating in the process, the way we have seen on the screen, for me is something.
And even this time, INEC deployed some core members that are physically challenged.
This is it. So if you really want to take stock and look at improvements that have been made. Sometimes we throw up our hands in the air, we're overwhelmed by the challenges, we're not able to see some of the progress that we have made. But sometimes it's also good to focus on whether or not we have made progress. And in my view, I think substantial progress has been made. We are not where we ought to be as a nation, but I think we are walking towards where we want to be. I think we're on track. I want to say this, I want to take this opportunity to say that I'm not quite sure. I might be alone in this viewpoint, but I'm not quite sure we have commended the institution that is charged with this process sufficiently. Look, from the new Electoral Act, which everybody seems to be talking about, to where we are today on the field and all of that, a lot of praises are owed INEC.
No, but of course today, maybe not for Ekiti election. As far as Osun election is concerned, I think INEC has received some, level of commendation.
So that's good to know.
Even from observers and from
that's
media
good
houses.
to know.
Of course, the NTA is one of them. He said that we've made progress, and before I caught you when you were making, your thoughts known as regards vote buying. You said we have made progress with vote buying. Yes, and INEC in Oshogbo, gave us her experience about how the vote buying process is going. So I'd like you to continue from where you stopped, really. Yeah, because I'm interested in that conversation. I want to know how vote buying is progress. Is progress, exactly.
Yeah. So I say that because, like I was trying to say before, elections generally is a transaction. So you are running for office, you come to the people and you're telling the people what you want to do for them to vote for you. So you must tell the people you want to, like I heard them say, you want to give free education. You must tell them what you want to do for them before they will vote for you. Now, that same transaction is happening, but at a very terrible way of saying, I'll give you 5,000 votes for me without considering the 4 years and the pain that you go through if you sell your votes. So that transaction is happening, but we need all of us here, civil society, Nigerians, media, everybody, even the political parties, we have a lot of work to do to now raise that awareness for people to understand that you don't ask for 10,000 naira when your primary healthcare centers are not working. You don't ask for 10,000 naira when your roads across your states are death traps. You don't ask for 10,000 naira when you don't have access to good healthcare facilities, when the public primary schools are dead. These are the things you should be asking for. These are the things you should be demanding for. And you hold them responsible if they don't do it. These politicians, they won't tell you, but they already know that the powers is in our hands as the electorate. They already understand that it is our right now and our powers to employ them or to sack them after 4 years. Because the votes, like Madam Ene said, and that's true, the power is in the hand of the electorate. So if you understand that, you will know that these guys you're electing, you are employing them. These politicians, they are public servants. They are there to serve the public. So typically, me, myself, the electorate, we are their boss. That's why there's supposed to be a manifesto. We'll look at it. You are coming for an interview. You are presenting yourself to us for us to employ you. You come with your CV, your manifesto. We'll look at it and say, okay, for this reason, we are going to employ you to be the governor to serve us within these 4 years. After 4 years, it is still within our powers to review what you have done, to decide if we will fire you or if we will still hire you again for another 4-year tenure. So the power is, and that's why I say it is progress. We are making a lot of progress. Frankly, like you said, the Independent National Electoral Commission, they've done a lot for them to get us to where we are right now. I just checked the INEC result portal. Already about 1% of the results have already started dropping. That's about 300 and something results have already dropped as we are speaking. In the Ekiti election, I was in Ekiti. By 8:30 p.m. of that same election day, close to 85% of the results had dropped. By 10:30, 99% of the results had already dropped. And it's all what happened before 3-4 a.m. the next day.
Results.
They've declared it and returned the winner. So there's a lot of progress. So like I always say, election and electoral processes, so it's not a 100-meter dash, is a marathon, but so far a lot of progress has been done, and that is the excitement. So I'm happy with what is happening in Osun State, because this is the last governorship cycle election before the 2023 generation. So all of these things should create that excitement for young people, for Nigerians generally, to know that, hey, there's no violence here. This is no longer war as it used to be. This thing is already working. For them to now get out and participate. I mean, but sadly, I know that INEC, of course, is within their powers. They've just announced on on Thursday or on Friday that they are concluding the continuous voter registration by 30th of this July. You know, sadly, that's 2 weeks, but that's still a lot of time.
But they've extended the time and they've included weekends.
Yes, so within this period, the extended I had is now from 8 o'clock till 5 p.m. or so.
Yes,
and then every weekend is that. But beyond that, so this is, I know INEC is watching. This is also for INEC to be able to let the citizens, INEC needs to do more. So it's not enough. You know, before now in FCT, in AMAC, people go to the AMAC area office to go and try to register. But because of the crowd and the turnout, they've decentralized it. But you've decentralized it. How much are you telling the people where these new points of registration are? The citizens don't know. So I believe that within these 2 weeks, INEC, if of course I know and I believe they won't put to register, they need to do more. They need to come to the media. They need to talk to people. They need to use social media to engage Nigerians. So I let them at least know where this, because across Nigeria, I see people calling me that, hey, that they are in Abia State, they are in Umuahia, that they don't know where they are registering. If every INEC office should have a Facebook account, let people be able to find or know where to go and register. Nigerians, frankly, at this point, they don't know anymore. I saw the report from INEC. They said that in the past 1 week, that the population of people that have been coming to register has dropped, and so they're trying to justify, the reason why this thing has to end by 30th. But it didn't drop because people don't want to register. It dropped because the citizens don't know where to go to register. So please, INEC needs to do more to engage Nigerians across all the states, so that more people will get on board to have this power. So see the excitement. I'm excited. So as I'm seeing them counting the polls, I can't just wait for 2023 to come. Exactly. For all of us. So why is the only Osun State people that are enjoying this field? All of us Nigerians, I can't wait for all of us to participate and be part of this process come February 25th, 2023, and then the next election 2 weeks after.
I'm foreseeing that in 2023 we'll probably have polling units where you have people go to vote, and then when you're done, you have music, you have food, and then you just relax and chill.
We'll get to that.
I've had people say they are planning that already. I've had people say they're planning that.
That would just be the best thing for our elections in this country.
It's progress. So before you take that from me, so when we talk about vote buying is terrible. Vote buying is bad.
But you have made a point, and I would like Mike to respond to that. You have said that we should take vote buying to a new level. I think that, like you have rightly mentioned, election, it's about vote buying generally, but it's just on what magnitude, right? Okay, you want to be, is a transaction, right? Okay, you want to be governor of this, what are you offering? Is it healthcare? Is it road? Is it infrastructure? Is it whatever, in whatever sector, really? So what do you think that we need to do to get it right, so we can take vote buying to that level where it's not about the 10,000 naira you're giving me on election day, but it's about translating that 10,000 naira to a healthcare in my community, or road in my community?
Let me take a step backwards. I think we're at a stage where we need to move from come out and register to a point where we will now begin to change the conversation and say, those who have their PVCs, guard them jealously and make sure that you vote in the 2023 elections. We have had a long period of time. It may not be sufficient for everybody to come out and register, but I think we have registered sufficient number of Nigerians. What we need to be saying to them now is, don't just register and have your card. Make sure that you guard it jealously. You don't let anybody have access to it. And when 2023 comes, make sure that you use your card. That's the first thing. The second thing is, we need to continue with sensitization. He talks about the need for INEC to disseminate information and all of that. Yes, I agree. But the political parties also have a role to play. True. They are the ultimate beneficiaries of this electoral process. The end users will be Nigerians like you and me and all of that, but political parties provide the platforms for people to seek political office. So they are, in my view, the first beneficiaries, and they should be in the forefront. Indeed, INEC should just be coming behind them. They should be the ones going out to say that, look, pick up your cards, make sure that you vote in elections and all of that. Thirdly, and this might take some time, the process of holding elected public officers accountable to the demands of their offices is something that we cannot do with relative ease. It is something that it's also another. You talked about a dash, a 100-meter dash, and then a process. Accountability is a long drawn process that will flourish on the basis of consistent sensitization. I love the point he made about the fact that engaging public officers or electing public officers is like the process of employment. That orientation has to be there for long for people to see that those we put in public offices are actually our employees. They are not our lords and masters.
Exactly.
You know, a time will come when we will begin to see them in that light. And then our relationship with them, the way we engage them, you know, that subservient relationship that we currently have with public officers might alter a little bit, and then accountability will begin to come in, because you know that at the end of 4 years you have to provide account. You know, so this will be my viewpoint. Let us, you know, be deliberate in putting in place sensitization programs for our people, beginning with the elite. I love what is happening now. Most of the young people that we have around, active on social media, off social media, are beginning to take an unusual interest. From a situation where elections are happening and people are playing football, you know, on the field, now we're beginning to have a situation where very soon we might have people place bands and all of that around polling units, and they're voting and having fun and all of that, you know. I'm already hearing people send text messages, where are you? Or where are you? Have you voted? You know, and things like that. So this is good for our country.
Unlike in the past where they are telling your children, don't come out to vote.
No.
Or just men used to go out to vote. You tell the women to stay back, you know,
we shut down the entire economy. One of the polling units that was reported here, right here, closed at 2:30. Everything was done. Election results were ready and the people were going, and we heard the reporters saying that security men are saying, please be magnanimous in Vic. That's 2:30. Sometimes this happens a whole day. We shut down an entire economy because we want to conduct elections. This is also going to change with the kind of innovations we have seen under the new Electoral Act.
You want to react quickly to what he
Yes, I wanted to add to, you know, saying elections drag till 11 midnight, 12 midnight before. It's because of the plans to rig the process. So they keep delaying and they keep finding a way so that everybody goes. They now find a way to pay the party agents available, pay the security men. Then they now look at the ballot papers, because typically the voter turnout in the past was usually less than 10%.
Yeah.
So in a point where you have 2,000 registered voters, people that come out to vote are just about 200. And they're looking at the ballot papers and they're like, we can't return all these ballot papers. All these votes we need to make it count for somebody. So they now find a way to manipulate the whole process and now start writing names of every name on the voter register, ticking them, manual accreditation. So they start signing all the ballot papers, and one person start doing multiple thumb printing. So to balance all of those things kills time, and you see they like to do it in the middle of the night, so I don't know if the results don't come early. But now there's no reason for it to delay, because the beavers, for people that don't understand, the beavers is an Android device. It's a simple device whereby the data of your data that is in the voter register has simply been put into this offline device and brought to the polling unit where you are registered. So before, when you come to the polling unit, you put your PVC and they analyze your PVC too. So it doesn't look at the face of the person holding the PVC. But now the beavers is saying, I need you, that your data is there. It's already preloaded in this offline device. So when it comes and they put it on your face, it's just like facial recognition of my phone. So I have a phone, I have facial recognition to unlock my phone. If I give it to you, you cannot unlock the phone. But because my facials is already saved in this phone, when you put it in your face, it pulls up that data, and that's what it used to accredit you. And at the end of the day, the result in every polling unit based on the electoral act 2022 cannot be more than the number of people that device has accredited. So if it's only 300 persons that it has accredited, and you have 320 persons voted, that result by law automatically is cancelled. So when you stay in a polling unit, coming back to what I said, and 500 persons have come out to vote and they are finished voting, what are you waiting for again? Because they cannot have more than number of people that have been accredited on that device as a result.
And
So there's no reason for you to start waiting and looking for a way to do mago. You just count the results there. And this is the reason why the violence has also reduced.
Yeah.
Because in the past, they understand that when we were there, this is how we voted. We are sure that we voted for party A. There's a party called A. So we voted for party Samsung, for instance. So, but by the time they leave and the results come out later, they now realize that 2,000 votes came up on that polling for party iPhone. At that point, there's violence. That's the trigger for violence. But in this case, people are seated, they voted, they are there. The same ballots they voted, they are seeing it, they are counting, result is declared. End of story.
Let me make a quick point before I forget. So, taking off from this last point he made, we are very likely to see, and it's not in the future, we're very likely to see, beginning from 2023, where Nigerians will begin to make that phone call. If you trust the process like he has described it, everything is plain. We have seen the votes, we have seen how they have come in and all of that. The people have decided. Of course, you will have no choice but to pick up the phone and make that phone call. That is one. Two, we're likely to see, and this is my very positive mind working on me, we're very likely to see a situation where post-election litigation will also reduce substantially. Even if it doesn't, the cases that will ultimately get to court will become a lot easier to establish than it has been in the past. One of the most difficult things as a lawyer to establish or to prove is electoral malfeasance. It's extremely very difficult. But with the advent of technology, the BVAS technology and the improvements that we have seen within the Electoral Act, it is very likely that the courts will be more empowered declare cases of electoral malfeasance. It's not like the judges don't know the situation. They do, but cases are decided in court on the basis of hardcore evidence. And if you're not in a position to provide that evidence, there's very little the court can do for you. And I think this is what Nigerians need to know about our judicial process. So I am happy with what is going on. Maybe I'm overly excited and all of that, but it's precisely because I see we're on the right track.
Okay, being on the right track, I'm looking at 2023, the void of vote buying. Because, from what we have said, INEC is getting it right, right? The electorate are getting it right, trying to get their PVCs, trying to come out to vote. But it looks like the political parties are still not getting it right with the vote buying, I don't know how you want to put it.
Doing the right thing.
Yes, doing the right thing. Because if the political parties do not, present anything, people will go out and vote their conscience. But, like Anna said, that, there's a particular polling she said she went to, and then they could actually see what you were doing and be sure that, yes, you were doing the right thing to get the money. Yes. So how do we, really reduce, if not completely, take it out of our electoral process? Vote buying. You made a point of the fact that we could take vote buying to the next level of translating it to healthcare, road, and all of that. But don't forget where we're coming from. Where political parties, they come and tell you, oh, don't worry, we're going to build a 20-story building for you. We're going to tar all your roads to your houses. And then once they win the election, that's the end. The next election, they come with the same promises. So how do we really, solve this problem?
So first of all, I'll start with the people. The electorate. In the voter register, as of 2019, we'll have 84 million Nigerians registered to vote. But in that election in 2019, the presidential election, total number of votes, both voided votes, turned votes, then valid votes was about 28 million. Bearing in mind that the BVAS wasn't there, so there was a lot of manipulation. No, so I'll start with the people. Now, the Ekiti election, the voter turnout at the end of the election was 30%. Now INEC is saying that they've registered close to about 12 or 13 million more people across the country. So they're estimating that we may have about 95, if you saw that letter, 95 million persons in the voter register.
Yes.
Now, if we have Nigerians, you have your PVC, come out to vote, and the numbers are really high, it will no longer be cheap for them to even buy the votes as they are buying the votes.
Sure.
These things are possible because these politicians know that at the end of the day, so sometimes before the election, like we saw in Osun, people were killed and all of those violence happened just to reduce the number of people that will come out to vote. So that vote buying becomes possible and becomes affordable for them. Yeah. So out of 100 persons registered to vote, only 20 persons or 15 make their turn up to vote. It becomes easier. And meanwhile, mind you, it's not the whole 20 votes that you'll be able to buy. There are a lot of Nigerians who still cannot buy their vote. Sure. But at the end of the day, they try to buy the majority of the people that they will see that are really poor or ignorant. So at the end of the day, you see, you are buying just about 10% of the votes. Yeah. But if 90% of people that are registered to vote turn out to vote, and you're able to just buy for 20%, the remaining 70% to knock it out. Sure. So it's important to get to that point. Then two, in the polling units, like we've always seen, INEC before, is it 50 meters or so that you're supposed to give space for people not to get that close? You know, now before this election, I had the rec of Osun saying that they've increased it to 300 meters, the barrier that they will create, so you will not be able to see. You'll not be able to see who is voting. But these things are what they say in papers. But when the election is about to start, especially in polling units where there are numbers, there is this pressure of, I've been here since 6 a.m. Everybody are dragging to be the first. Sometimes I feel those things are intentional to put pressure in that polling unit and end up pushing themselves right in front of the poll clerks. That way, the party agents who are supposed to be there to see who votes for what, so that they can take note and now get the person to receive his money eventually makes it happen. So if you open up that space, like INEC have said, is it 300 meters or even 500 meters? That way people are far from seeing what the voter is about to vote. It makes it now more difficult for people to be able to, now buy votes. Then the third thing is the security personnel. I've been in polling units. When I walk into a polling unit in an election, if I stay there 5 minutes, 7 minutes, I will identify the person paying for the votes. You will always see the person either paying for the votes or the person that is giving tally. So you remember those days in the early 2000s, if you go to bank, then first bank, they will give you tally. They will call it tally. They will give you tally. Then you go and come back after 7 hours because of the queue. Now this is what they do. So the whole thing is so organized. Now, as you're about to go and vote, sometimes the mail, like what we saw today, the mail party agents, they always know that these are the ones that want to know who is voting. So from what we saw, in some cases, you see a nursing mother carrying a baby, acting tired, sitting nearer to where the votes people cast their votes. She's the person taking note of if you are voting for APC, PDP, and so it's so simple because if you look at the ballot paper, APC is at the top.
Are you trying to say that women are instruments?
Based on reports from the field today. So when you vote, and APC is at the top, PDP is down there. You know, so it's already easy. You don't need to come closer. You already know who the person voted for. So when the person, after you vote, you now move. There's the middleman. When you go to him, he now gives you a tally. Or your name is written down. In some cases, the money is not even given in the polling in there. Your name is written down, you're given a tally. Then you now take that tally and now go behind, just somewhere around, and then collect your money. Now, the point I'm saying is, if myself, who is not trained in security, intelligence, can come into a polling unit and within a short time, I can identify the people doing this thing. How is it that there is so much vote buying in Osun State today, and the Nigerian police, mind you, in every polling unit across the 3,500 and something polling units, there are at least 4 security personnel in every polling unit. And by this time, 5 o'clock, Nigerian police have not told us that they've arrested at least 50 persons found guilty of doing this. In Ekiti election, with all the security personnel across all the polling units, it took the AFCC to come into a particular unit to be able to make any arrest. And frankly, till now, as we speak, we do not know where their case is. INEC on their own part, they've really done their part. Civil society organizations, we've done our part. Citizens are doing their own part. But I feel that this issue of INEC, their job is not to arrest people doing vote buying. INEC is come and conduct the election and declare, return a winner. The security personnel, it is their job to identify these people, make arrests. But then sadly, we've had cases earlier today in one show. One of the person I was engaging has political background. He was telling me that before elections as well, that budgets are made for even the security personnel that will come to polling units, so they will overlook whatever vote buying. So the security agencies need to wake up to arrest this issue ahead of 2023 election, so that we can for once have a credible election.
And that stems my next question. The security personnel. Are we seeing what we're seeing now? This calmness in Osun, this vote buying probably, reducing a bit because we have more security personnel drafted to the state. It's an off-cycle election. 21,000 police personnel have been drafted. So 2023, where you have everybody voting, it's general. So what would happen? Because now you have said even now that you have more policemen drafted to these states, some of these things still happen without arrests being made, without security operatives being, up and doing. So what would happen in 2023? Do you foresee that, things may not be as smooth as it is right now?
So to put it in the right perspective, 21,000 policemen were sent to Osun State for this election. In Nigeria, based on available data, we have just about 360,000 policemen across Nigeria. 21,000 policemen is roughly about 7.5% of the whole police personnel that we have in this country, going to just one state out of 37, that's success plus the FCT. So what that means is that when the election in itself will come proper, we will not have this much volume of security personnel in all these polling units as we've created. Before, we had 120 polling units. Now the polling units have jumped to 176,000 plus polling units across the country.
And in Osun today, we have 3,763. So imagine...
So if we have 176,000 polling units and we have just about 360,000 police. Meanwhile, mind you can't drive the whole police to just go and do election.
One governor has
the police,
plenty of them.
So the VIPs have, and then they need police people in everywhere for other reasons beyond the election.
Exactly.
So it means that when the election in itself will come, you may not have this level of security. But for Osun and off-cycle election, while we're also asking the security personnel to wake up, frankly, they did a lot today from the reports we're getting and how they coordinated polling units, how they managed tension in the polling units, how people that wanted to cause problems, we saw pictures of how they arrested people that want to, start unnecessary drama in the polling units, all of those issues. We saw all of those things. But then the vote buying, if you look at every person having a conversation about this election, I was in a meeting earlier today with the INEC chairman. Yeah, you guys were in that meeting. I think NTA was in that meeting. It was a Zoom meeting. Every person that is reporting was commending INEC. The beavers has been the biggest challenge. If you observe the FCT council polls in FCT here, that was in February 12th or so. The beavers didn't do well at all. But so far with Ekiti and Osun, the beavers have worked, and a lot of people say
it's better in Osun. Ekiti had a little challenge.
Yeah, but it's better now.
So it's better.
So with all of these things being important, everybody is talking about vote buying. So this is where our problem is right now. So the security personnel, the government agencies, including NOA, the INEC the INEC department, voter education department, civil society organizations, media organizations, everybody we need to put this message in the faces of Nigerians. It needs to be heavy ahead of 20, even political parties. Political parties need to be part of this trend to put this message on the ills and evil of vote buying into the ears. To me, vote buying is more like committing a kind of suicide or a carnage, because you are taking yourself backward. You are selling your power for 4 years, and if you sell your vote, you don't have right to hold someone accountable. Like you talked about accountability. If I sell my vote to you, it was purchased. So I can do as much as I please. You don't have that right to ask me how did I use the resources. Did you ask me where did I get the resources to buy the vote, buy you in the first place? So yeah.
Okay. So, and in just to add to what he has said, in 2023, we're going to be dealing with a wider constituency. So when we say we have off-cycle elections and there's a concentration of resources on those states, it also plays out in those who are criminally minded. Political parties, politicians, and all of that are going to have a wider constituency to deal with, in which case you're also going to up your budget. So there will be limits, of course, in terms of the number of votes that you're able to buy and all of that. Of course, I know that politicians will deploy all the resources that are available to them to buy votes and everything, but you're also going to be dealing with a much wider constituency. You asked the question earlier on about the role of political parties, and I think we need to devote some considerable attention on this. Precisely because political parties are, in my view, one of the most important stakeholders in our electoral or democratic process. Yet, we don't put pressure on political parties as much as we do with other institutions of democracy like INEC, the courts, and the rest of them. We just leave political parties to do whatever they want to do. The law has tried in many ways in trying to curtail some of the excesses of political parties. But we need to focus in the next era of sensitization or advocacy. We need to put political parties at the center of, our advocacy or sensitization efforts. We're not too worried about ideology and all of that. People moving within 24 hours, you move from one political party to another and all of that. We have dealt with that from a purely legal point of view. But we need political parties now to begin to have, identities that will make themselves attractive to certain credible-minded individuals. We need this. We would need for political parties to identify with themselves with, we do things right. We don't engage in the infraction of the law. We have a clear, I'm trying to avoid using the word ideology because I am one of those who argue that, ideology no longer features around political parties. Even globally, people are talking about issues. You go to the United States, for instance, people are talking about taxation, they're talking about immigration, they're talking about gun control, and all kinds of things. So it's no longer about, those ideologies that defined political parties in the past. In Nigeria here also, we can create identities. Corruption, security, the economy, taxation, education, and all of them. And this is where we would like to see our political parties go. Right now, they are simply platforms for electoral contests. No identity. Tell me, what is the difference between APC and PDP? None. Except that they are different alphabets. That's just it, And they both provide platforms for people to contest election. Other than that, what is the difference? So we need to move from here to a point where we can say, I trust APC on this one. I don't trust PDP on this one. Or I trust PDP on this one. I don't trust APC on this one. But most importantly, political parties should be able to have clear responses to what the law says. This is what the law says, and we're going to maintain what the law says. And people will know them for a party that is a respecter of the law. And who knows? That might be a point of attraction for people like Emmanuel Njoku.
You see, the question on my mind at this point really is the fact that, with this Osun election, we seem to be excited, and, looking at 2023 has been going to be a very beautiful experience. But I'm just thinking now that maybe we shouldn't really clap for INEC just yet.
Okay.
Maybe we shouldn't just say, we're going to get it right in 2023, because I'm looking at some factors. For this election, it's just 5,305 beavers that was deployed because it's an all-cycle election. For the general election, they did more than that, right? Now, Osun is, easily accessible. You could get to the polling units and all of that. Now, when we're going to have a general election where you're going to have some riverine areas and all of that and all this, we have some places that you can't, that are inaccessible and all of that. So what do you think INEC should do? What do you think let's concentrate on INEC for now. What do you think INEC should do so that we can have this kind of excitement in 2023, so that everything is done right? Because we're saying, election materials got to the polling units on time. This is Osun. So what do you think INEC should do as we prepare for 2023?
So I will answer this question coming from what happened at the Ekiti election, and this Osun election. So after the Ekiti election, our reports we commended INEC anyways, and we also reminded ourselves that this is just Ekiti State.
Exactly.
Ekiti State had just less than 1 million registered voters. Ekiti State has just about 17 local governments in Ekiti State. Ekiti State, there is nowhere in Ekiti State that will take you more than 2 hours to get to any other part of Ekiti State. So for that reason, we say, well, Ekiti does not have easy to reach, terrains. So everywhere is, so for that reason, why we are clapping for INEC, well, let's wait for Osun. And I tell you frankly, possibly that's why I listen to Madam Ene, and I'm seeing conversations from civil society, election observers. Part of the excitement is that, okay, so Ekiti had 900 registered voters, 900 plus 1,000 registered voters, and Osun has 1,900,000 and something registered voters. Ekiti has 16 local governments. Osun has 35 local governments.
For the Ekiti, just about 500,000 picked their PVCs, by the way.
So Ekiti, 500,000 persons pick their PVCs. While in Osun, where there is 1,900,000, 80% of them pick their PVCs.
Yes.
So that's more like triple the number in Ekiti. So more deployment, more security personnel. So we're waiting to see. Well, let's not clap for INEC in Osun. Let's wait to this point. So frankly, with what we've seen with early deployment, opening of polling units that started early, knowledge of. So then we also say there are a few ad hoc staff, probably they were able to be trained. We are going to have more in Osun. Let's see how it works. And with what we saw today with the poll clerks, with the presiding officer, the ad hoc staff, they have reasonable knowledge of the process and what to do. So based on that, I will still commend INEC that they did well in this election today. But for the general election, which is a big election, elections in Nigeria is 90% logistics, getting people on ground in time. Very and like I said, difficult terrains. I'm talking about the beavers. We were meant to understand at the last civil society stakeholder meeting we had with the INEC chairman, where they mentioned that in as much as, so they have 176,000 polling units, that they have purchased way more than that. I don't think it's double that number, but they've purchased enough to go around easily. And also to substitute in situations where there is need for them to substitute. Beautiful. So why INEC continues to say that they are doing everything to be in place, we must let them not get into even the excitement of the success of this election, because it's a different ball game.
Exactly.
Across the country, it's a different ball game. So this Osun is, I pity politicians when they do off-cycle elections, because the whole nation is watching you. All the secrets at the Ekiti election, I saw NDLEA, the Nigerian Drug Law Enforcement Agency, as part of the security personnel. I saw road safety, immigration. Did I even see fire? You should say fire service worker. So everybody was there to put pressure. Observers, international observers, all the election observers that observe election across the country, they are all in Osun State. All of that puts pressure and probably also, makes INEC prepare more. And so before this election, I think INEC deployed close to 6 of the national commissioners, not just in one state, but across the country. There are only 12 national commissioners. How many would they deploy to all the states? So, but we're telling INEC, while we are commending INEC for this, they should really step up their game and be prepared, because we don't want not anything short of what we've seen in Osun State election when the 2020 general elections will come.
So let me add quickly and say that there is a sense in which what we are saying in Osun is a product of a sincerity of purpose on the part of INEC and its leadership, and I will continue to say they deserve our commendation. I totally agree with you. We shouldn't throw up our hands in excitement and forget that we could relapse to pre-Osun and Ekiti and Anambra situations, but we need to commend them. I mean, I genuinely feel that what we are seeing in terms of the output of INEC or the activities of INEC is based on some genuineness on the part of the leadership of INEC. And in that direction, we need to commend them and to say you need to do more. We have beavers in place, no doubt, but we can get technology involved in election to that point where people can even vote before the date of elections. That's where we want to be.
Early voting.
So that you don't have this huge number, or you don't have to deal with this logistics that he talks about and all of that. That's where we want to be. So INEC, don't rest. We're praising you. We're commending you for all that you are doing, but be a bit futuristic. Technology is there to aid you. And I think in this, the government of Nigeria has also been magnanimous enough in providing the resources that INEC needs to. Yeah, I mean, the law is there. I mean, but you also need resources to be able to deal with some of these technological advancements that we're praising fully. And so let's not say BVAS is okay, and no, we can move a step further and deal with this, deal from a purely technological point of view with these logistical challenges that he's talking about. Of course, we have moved our items from central bank. We're going to elsewhere. Elsewhere.
I don't know why we're not talking about that. Why is everybody not talking about that? Typically, before now, materials are kept in the custody of central bank. I mean, but they are no longer there. Why? Why is that so?
Well, that's the serious side of it.
You know, INEC is working to ensure that we have free, fair, and credible.
And they're giving us that.
Yes. So that is why. And I'm sure that we'll have someone from INEC, come to tell us, why they are doing that. Many thanks so much. It's been a very interesting conversation. There are other areas I would have loved to touch on, because you guys are young, you're vibrant, I can see the passion. But looking at those on the field, those who are contesting, looking at the age, they're just, just high up there. That would have been another issue, but because there's no time today, but I'm sure there'll be another opportunity to talk about, some other issues as we walk towards 2023. Many thanks, Mike Utsaha,
correct,
the public affairs analyst. Many thanks for your time.
My pleasure. I had a great time.
I appreciate you for your thoughts. Really, Ujoko Emmanuel, you sound like someone who. Anyways, that will be off camera. Director of Governance and Democracy Connected Development. Many thanks for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, when next you say a woman is a part of wood buying, I would like to see proof. Probably you get me a video so that
I'll share with you off camera.
Because I'm for the women, and I think that we would make democracy much better.
I understand that sentiment.
All right, thank you so much, for your time, everyone watching the Nigerian Television Authority. Of course, it's been very interesting having you on Osun Decides. This studio, Osun Decides, continues after the network news. We shall just take a little break, and then, of course, our eyes, our cameras, our men are still on the field in Osun, following the ballots till the result is counted, and of course there's a winner declared. But we're just taking the break for the live studio discussion on Osun Decides to come up after the network news. It's the Nigerian Television Authority, and of course you know what we do. We are at our best all the time. Thank you. I'm Yen Rejan. Please do stay tuned for other programs, and of course join us much later at 10 p.m. for the continuation of Osun Decides.
"24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world."
Our pastors, our imams, in every church, in every mosque, please realize that in the course of praying for peaceful and transparent elections, we all have duties beyond prayers. If we want a stable society before, during, and after the elections, what should you be saying to those that worship with you all Sundays and all Fridays, you are saddled with the responsibility of bringing up good generations. It is therefore your duty to both man and God to ensure peace all the time, no matter about elections alone. People talk to people and people listen. Talk to your followers. Make them.
Lens on Africa.
Welcome to the Window of Africa, a peek into the heart and